Definitely going a little slow today. Most because I had regular work to do, and regular work takes precedence over work that doesn't pay money. Well, it doesn't pay much money. I mean, let's be real here. The money you get from streaming isn't gonna even pay food costs for the month. Maybe if I ate ramen. It's better than nothing. I was gonna do this anyway, so it's not like it's terrible. What a weird track. I hate it. Those random game dev tracks are just aren't that good. Let's launch you on here. We do all the usual setup stuff. Tell everyone that I'm streaming. All right, and then get that from there. I know I didn't do the little preview, but whatever. You're not counted as live at the moment? Wait, what? Doesn't live good. Okay. Sometimes OBS is a little wonky and weird, and I'm like, okay. Oh, my camera's not set on. That's notable. There you go. Guess I turned it off one point when I messed with my thing, and I didn't ever turn it back on. This mouse is really crap. I need to replace it. Okay, there's like one sitting over there I could probably just use. I have like a bunch of parts around here. Discord link. I need. See if I can't build the community a little bit more. Yes. This one. Not there. Discord. In that. Okay. Oh, -1 follower. Nice. You know. Welcome to a life of seeing your follower count all the time. And I also need to tell this other thing here to get the job done and find activate Twitch. A lot of stuff can't be done in advance, unfortunately. I could. Video for test. So it shows up on OBS. It did, awesome. Excellent. My social stream thingy is good, but it's a little finicky with YouTube. Alright. Well, since the last stream, I have made a change or two. Mostly the change is that I put the wheel in here now to show where things were and slowed time for switching. Time still moves during it, so you know. Just for funsies. Turns out there's just really that many of these things that you can see just how many of them there are around the thing, and it's pretty bad. There's a lot. That's okay. It wasn't very long to do that. I think it took longer to move them to the positions I wanted them than it did to actually program it, which didn't take really any time at all. And then I was also playing around out here in some direction. I don't know which one. Over here, okay. No, I was testing out velocity-based AI, which is not as good, but you can see for like the little flying thingies. So I'm looking at how to make a basically flying AI. It's going to need those in the future. I have some idea already on how I'm doing it. It's just I'll have to make some changes into how I do things for it. I'll probably want the Puppet Master. I was messing with the bytes here in order to figure this out. Maybe another event here, so it'd be like a custom event. Oh, this locate light location reached. But yeah, controller's here. We've gone away from control now. We're the resistance, apparently. Very exciting. Oh, wait. Wrong one. Let's change the direction of the color of this, so this way I can tell it's not the same graph. He stops now. Not the distance I'd like, but he stops. Also, well, first I'll see if he stops at a better distance, and then I'll see if he can get around things. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I imagine there has to be a reason I want to use a nav mesh. It can't just be that nav meshes are garbage. I mean, it feels like nav meshes are garbage, but it can't be that nav meshes are just garbage. Because that'd be weird. But, to be fair, there's a lot of weird things in UE that I've discovered aren't very good. So, I'm just going to put some things out here to act as blockers. Because normally with a nav mesh, they can easily get around all this crap. But otherwise, they really can't. Those aren't even on the ground. Nice. They are now. I put one way up there, I don't care. We just copy one from over here. How did they manage to fly it there? It doesn't seem that hard of a time getting around stuff. Interesting. There's a face to target on all the time, so they're usually pretty good at getting around crap now, it looks like. Yeah, like, their AI doesn't seem any different to me than with a nav mesh. There's no nav mesh down here. They're just able to move without it. They're considered as flying. Because I said them as flying. Oh. This is me experimenting, like, how it works. So if I turn this back to the problem is that they'd fly. Yeah, they don't move very far because they get caught on the ground and it takes a long time. As long as they don't fall off something, then they would be fine. This is interesting indeed. Because one of the problems I've been having is that the AI move to is, like, the whole nav mesh thingy is incredibly heavy. Breaks all the time. All the time. Has difficulty getting places. I'd sit there and restructure things just to make it so they can even get anywhere. But what if they flew? Like, what if there was no walking at all and it was all just flying movement? What do you think about this? This seems wrong. These are all basing on the target actor, which makes me wonder, like, a lot of things about how the movement was set up in the first place. Because I shouldn't need a target actor. I shouldn't need the lookout rotation at all. It should literally just be looking for the front of the character, and the front of the character would be hit actor forward vector. I'm pretty certain I've been doing the move thingy wrong for a very long time. And that all this crap was just making issues, and that's why the enemy sometimes move in weird ways. Instead of just moving forward, it's instead doing weird crap. I have so many questions about the moves I've been doing on this. So, I'm pretty certain this is what I want for the other one on regular move. Or just this all along. I don't care about them looking at it. Face the target should do its own. I should turn it towards it anyway and then make all this irrelevant. I have a backup if I want that code back. Wait, do I? It's actually this. In here. This looks correct though, the actor right vector. I don't know what I was smoking on the other thing. The other thing was just wrong. Also, why am I... I'm pretty certain that this negate should actually be down here. Because I want to negate what I add to the actor's location. Not negate the actor location itself, which is weird. I was getting a lot of results that were bizarre. All my calculations were wrong. Could also use negate vector here, instead I didn't. I used the multiplier. Doesn't make much difference though. Everyone's having issues today? Is it? What's problem is today? Restart it real fast or reset some of these on it. Hopefully that stops it from going into sleep mode over and over, which is irritating. Not a lot I can do to really fix that. Oh, don't do that. Well, it should actually still work. These are my tests. I'm just putting everything on there. There's no nav mesh. It's probably worth fixing the various problems I have. Since all the characters are recycling the same movement code. Yeah, they're moving forward. In a perfect little line. That is so much better than they were doing. Oh my god. I'll move backwards and look at target. I wonder what that'll do. I don't think they'll moonwalk. I wish they would. It'd be awesome. Oh, because they're looking at a target and they can't figure out where to go because of it? There. Makes look at target not very good, but that's okay. I didn't think about that. It would always negate their current thing there, so if they kept going backwards, it wouldn't actually work. Interesting. I mean, it wasn't working right before anyway. They were all going weird directions. Usually I would just see move too and everything like that because they were just so weird in how they were reacting. The movement's so much truer than it was before. It was so bizarre and weird previous. And if they're told to face the target while moving left, what happens? Kind of the same in a way. Actually, they move in a triangle now. Slightly farther and farther over, it looks like. There's a kill plane over there. It's interesting. I definitely think their movement is considerably better now. It's much more true to what it's supposed to be. I'm not going to issue the same command anyway. And look, he's running away from me, no problem. Which large I think worked mostly before, but now it's better. They have flying movement right now too, which is interesting, but I definitely think that was an improvement. It fixed a lot of issues just then. They still have flying movement, but that's fine. I wish you could have nav mesh flying movement. That is not how it works. Nav meshes do not care about empty space per se. Alright, so with that figured out, and this clearly works, I can just put it in macros. That's just kind of what I was looking to do. Because, it's just a mess. Oh, I could probably recycle some same code here. Let me turn on that to mute Discord. I'll try and turn on streamer mode, and it's like, no, we'll not do it, no. And I'm like, but streamer mode. It's like, no. Okay, well, doing it anyway. Here's some new person took over Discord, and they like become a public company. I don't know, some weird thing about them changing owners and going public or something, and yeah. Hopefully they don't become garbage like a lot of other companies that go public. I'd hate to have to replace them. This was just a hot mess, so. Gotta get my organization on here. It's okay to take some time to organize it since it's literally the AI for everyone. So, well, Poppet doesn't have an AI, so. But it's the AI for everyone in the game, so. By the movement commands. You have 9 million extra nodes just for the purpose of dealing with the huge space you're doing. You might want to just get rid of the extra space. Right? That's my theory. It ain't gotta be like this. There's a better way. I swear. A lot of my old code is ugly. I get it. It irritates me today. Be way better. Wait. Gonna be branching this on the temporary move speed? Like, what is this in front of it? I'm setting it twice. Makes no sense. If true, I'd want to do it just to make the movement calculations done one less time. I mean, it's every time something moves, so it does add up quite a bit. Code happens a whole lot. Do I ever check this? I don't believe I do. I don't think I ever use it. It's just here. Like some sort of reporting thing, but I don't know why I need it. Like if it fails, it'll just automatically handle itself, so I don't think it matters. So we'll just get rid of it. Why set additional variables that I don't use? And it's handled by accept partial path, stop on overlap, and all that crap. Hey, Marufio. Not a lot tinkering with AI things. Mostly flight AI, but then I discovered my movement AI has been broken for a very long time in ways that was really dumb. Now I'm Ruin. Oh. You and your ads, jeez. I could change it out for actor as tag. Let me back. Pretty good. I'm messing with AI movement thingies because I found out that well, first it was about making a flying one, and then I found out that the movement stuff that when I basically copy paste the movement graph, I had a bunch of things that were just broken. I mean, like they didn't work right in the first place. Some things that were just made no sense. So I was like, this explains why all the movement seemed so weird for so long. After seeing that, I'm fixing it. Yes. Fixing it indeed. Yes. How's stuff going with you? Anything exciting going on? I figured I was wrong already. I don't know if I still have instances of it. Here you go. Like, the thing is I had things like here. Well, first off, they're on top of each other and it's a mess. But, let's say I wanted to move backwards, right? I was getting the actor location for where the actor was at. And then I was getting a location of a target actor. And then having the look at rotation of that target actor. And then having the forward vector and negating that, right? Also, I'm negating it at the end like an idiot. Instead of negating just this, I'm negating their location too for some reason. That's going to come with some weird numbers because, first off, I just told them to move backwards. I didn't say to look at anything while doing it. So they have to have a target actor. Instead, that's weird. I have a function for literally making them look at the target if that's what I want them to do. I'll face the target. So this shouldn't be as this at all. And I should be negating the thing down here instead before I add it. So it should be like this. I have it fixed on the other one, but this one is I have to do different because this one's Unreal Engine doesn't have a built-in way to do flying movement. Like the AI system doesn't do flying. It doesn't understand it. Like you can't use the nav mesh. It just doesn't do it. So you have to make your own essentially. That's what I'm doing right now, is playing around with that because, well, yeah. Yeah. So it's about setting velocity and then checking if they've arrived. And setting them to flying, because if you set their velocity on the ground, it keeps, they just take a step and then stop, take a step, stop. It's really weird. But let me delete the nav mesh here because I don't need it anymore. Where we're going, we don't need roads. So these enemies here are now moving without a nav mesh. They're coming down from the sky because I put them in the sky, but then once they're on the ground. Also, Jeff the Shark is flying around. But as you can see, they don't even need a nav mesh. And nav meshes ain't free, you know, they really aren't. They have a lot of bugs, and they also eat a tremendous amount of FPS, so... You can follow? Fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, I'm experimenting with that. They behave so much better than they did. They actually behave a little bit better than that. The only problem is if they're up in the air, they'll fly down to you. Which is weird. But if they're not up in the air, then they just move normal. I don't know why they're starting in the air. That's so weird. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't need a nav mesh is interesting and hugely to me. Because I mean, the nav mesh is very costly in performance. Like it's huge how much it costs. It's not free. It's very expensive. You use it because you get to use the AI, system that exists already to move around. You do not need it for jumping. Jumping doesn't use a nav mesh at all. It doesn't care one bit. So really, I mean, here, let me just show you something here that's interesting here. Let's do a quick test here. I'll close this door because that room is just savagely bad. Okay, so there is no nav mesh, as you can see right now. Let's close the extra little thingy so it's the best we can do. And stat FPS right now, sure. 1,000,000 FPS in the editor, fine. Okay. Okay, so let's let everything spawn in. Actually, they're doing much better without... Huh. Did I put the nav mesh down at all? I think I forgot. Anyway, this gets pretty high. On this area over here, it gets much higher. That other room is really savage. But you're looking like the third... Actually, over here, it's like in the 40s. So between the 30s and the 40s, it's really fast over here. Jesus. Look at that. In the 40s. Beautiful. So like 30s, 40s. Pretty high. As long as you stay away from this room, it's pretty good. Down by the 30s here, even a little slower, sure. That had no nav mesh. To be fair, those enemies aren't really using the nav mesh, so I probably should use a better testing room, but I didn't think about that. So we're testing this. Okay, so now let's let everything spawn in. And we're going to test to see just how much it uses. Okay, so now we're in like the low 30s over here instead of the 40s like we were. Sometimes, going below 30. Then we go back over to this room here. And now we're like in the 20s, actually crashing below 20. Hey Shara, how's it going? Hey Bam Bam, pretty good, pretty good. I'm just experimenting with enemies not using the nav mesh and showing how many resources the nav mesh uses and why I might get rid of the nav mesh entirely. Essentially, it costs you about 10 to 15 FPS all by itself. You're seeing caps out at like 30, often can even fall below it. You know, I mean, it's, and down here it gets into like the red. And this is with nav mesh. Okay. But for the new people who didn't watch the other one, we will delete the nav mesh. Yeah. Now look at the nav mesh. Sorry, now look at the speed. It's still loading things into, so give it a second to load everything in. Because that'll be a little slower. Okay, so now it's sitting above like 30 over here, where before it was falling to like in the red, like 18, 19, and pretty bad, right? And if I get away from the trouble room, you see it's now up in the upper four. Yeah, it can get up to like 46 sometimes. I mean, that's nuts. But because of the new AI, I said that the enemies can still move anyway, so they don't even care. So at no point are these enemies even using the AI. The only one using the AI was this guy. One dude was using the AI. I'm sorry, using the nav mesh. Actually two, there's one on the table as well. Well, the lag is the nav mesh, but over here, the reason why this room is much laggier than over there is because of all the stuff in this room. This room is incredibly heavy. The chapel? Oh yeah, I made anything for that. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, the chapel is very heavy. It needs some serious work. So let's go into the chapel without the nav mesh. Yeah, I'm using the H-load system, but the H-load system doesn't care if you can see it. It cares if you're within range of it. So even things on the other side of the walls get loaded. So I have to worry about that. Okay, so this is without a nav mesh running. Let it load everything in because it takes, when it's loading everything, it's going to be obviously slower. There's a lot to load in this room too, so it will take a moment to load literally everything. And I mean a pretty good moment because it's still loading stuff even now. Don't believe me, it's going to load in all the things up here in a second. Or it should. There you go. Still loading those. There's so many things to load in this room. That's why this room's so slow. Okay, we got everything yet? Nope, still loading things in. Alright, so with no nav mesh, this room is pretty much sitting mid-20s, right? Like, it's okay, it's not good, but you can see that it's sitting mid-20s, so that's not bad. I mean, it ain't great. Over here, it's awful, but okay, sure. So it goes upper like 17 or so, like 17 to mid-20s with no nav mesh. Okay, well, see, when I put it over there, I was expecting it to be over there and not in front of me. Thank you. Okay. Now for a test here with the nav mesh. Of course, it will take a while to load everything in. I need to speed the load up time there. I thought I sped them all up, but I guess not. This one I did. Okay. Okay, well, we're still loading everything in, so ignore these numbers. They don't count. Because I can always fix the loading problem later. That's not the issue. It loaded stuff in a lot faster if you noticed. I think it's loaded everything at this point. So with the nav mesh enabled, you're now seeing that I'm hitting like upper 18 in the best world, more like 17, 18, 16 there. Getting over here, you're like, uh-oh, 15, 12. So, I mean, like, that nav mesh is expansive. A lot of my enemies actually leap, so they don't even need it. Like, those guys don't actually really walk, so they kind of do, but... Yeah, you see now we're at like 12, 11. There was like 10 in there for a second. I mean, like... about that. 9? I briefly saw a 9. I mean, like... So, I'm starting to think that maybe I should program the AI to not use the nav mesh and kick the nav mesh out of the game. That's a huge FPS loss to that thing. All to execute 6 different commands. Move forward, move back, move left, move right, move towards an actor, and move away from them. That's heavy. Also, you don't have to worry about the nav mesh breaking anymore. Now, there is some upside to the nav mesh. The movement around things is a bit cleaner. That's true. I mean, it's not like it's total garbage or anything. It's just really heavy because it's trying to figure everything out. So, that's my current thoughts on it. Because, I mean, when I saw that I'm losing 10 to 15 FPS just on that, that's so heavy. Well, yeah, I set the program the AI differently. No more AI move to stuff. Okay, so the other thing I did is I took the advice of someone, people who've been suggesting for a while, and decided to do my a new tarot menu. So now it slows down time and selects them. I couldn't really get them in much of a radial because you could see there's so many tarot cards that they really don't fit in a radial per se. But, you know, just in case. Slow time view. You can't still move in it though, because you've taken like it now has control over these to switch, so you do actually have to do things. I like to jump and use it though. It's also kind of hard to select them a little bit, but with the arrow keys, so it might be a little problematic for that, I don't know. That's been my experiment here. I think it's probably better than the other one. It wasn't really hard to set up or anything. I didn't do anything terribly special. Or I'm editing a game, but I don't care about the game mode. Just so you could see what was going on in front of you because it wasn't blocking all the stuff. Because, you know, well, if it's blocking the center of the screen, that kind of sucks. When I'm pausing time and blocking the center, I could put them all there. But mostly the person who suggested it said for controller purposes, it's pretty hard to select the various things. And I was like, okay, that's probably fair. I didn't account for that when I was building it, that a controller would have a really hard time selecting all that crap. So I'm experimenting moving it around. On Zone 2, I played around with some textures from my floors and found out that I need to redo my floors. One big slab inside every room is hard before. I've been there. Yeah. I was trying to make this look neater, but I could actually just push them in it probably, and I might do that. Just push them into here to make it easier to select them. So when I tried to go from like this to this, it had some hard time with the number keys, which simulate a controller. So I could just put it as a circle around the player like this. Alright, hey Scuffy, 808. I think the reason why is we're so busy between like often work and regular jobs, we don't even have time to shave. Also, we didn't even go outside anymore. I'm pretty certain that's it. I'll probably end up shaving it again at some point. Usually whenever it gets hot or when I remember to bother, I shave it. But for the most part, it's like, yeah. I can't really tell you the real reason though, because you know then they kick me out of the secret society of game developers. It's not like they check your beard length in order to get in or anything. Also, thanks for the follow, Scuffy. This should actually be more centered than it is. Really not centered at all. Is there one row over and I don't want to move everything over one row if I actually one column over? I don't want to move everything over a column if I can avoid it. That's true. Also, Megs is going to be so upset because apparently she has a beard now. Poor girl. And Elfie, oh, for her too. Exactly. I improved this one a bit too. I want to replace the blimp with something better, but you know what? I don't have something better at the moment, so blimp it is. That's right. That's how we communicate amongst the game devs. You go, and like everyone knows. Yeah, I don't know if I like this menu system better or not. The other one was okay. I could put them all off to the side, but the problem with that is that here you can basically select them all by just simply pushing the right direction or get relatively quickly to there. If I put them all in a line, you can't. I could put them off to the side and in a line, or like a thingy, like a grid over here, and leave the thing open, but trying to simulate the radial menu, but of course with so many cards you can't put them in a circle. There's too many. Also selecting the corner cards would be probably the hardest quickly. But I mean it slows down to like a 0.2 time dilation, so it's not like you don't have enough time to find the thing. I mean, like maybe you do. Yeah, I mostly just instituted a slow time option on this. Set the variable limit at the very end. If it's not slowing time, it just pauses the game. Otherwise, it sets global time dilation. Well, I could, but see, the thing about that is then you're now covering up the action again. Which I thought that was the point of a radial menu, like a setup, is that you weren't covering the action. It was like slowing time down and they were seeing the action. Like I could have a thing over here doing whatever it is. Like a little mini tutorial screen over here or something. That I could see. So I thought about that, having like, you know, what the card is and like it's that, or maybe like I have like a little tutorial screen over here and then like what the card does with words over here. But I leave the center of the screen because the Poppet's always in the center of the screen, right? So Poppet's always here. I could space them out more too to the sides if I feel like it as well, if I don't want them this close. I can't really space them vertically much more because there's just not a lot of real estate left. So yeah. See? Oh, yeah. Yeah, times I'll like pause there. Like I say, it's at 0.2, so it's pretty slow. Yeah. That was a suggestion for that, is that, you know, instead of pausing the game completely. It is kind of cooler in a way. I don't know if it's easier to select things. I think that the other one just wasn't all that cool, but this does show you kind of what's going on. You can kind of watch things. That's kind of neat. If I had all the tarot cards, and it would be a little different, but... Also, I started with the Fool up here. The Fool should have been here, by the way. Damn. I don't really want to rotate them all by one. I kind of wanted the Fool in the center. Like right here where the Magician is. Then I have to push them all one over. I don't know if I want to do that. But maybe I do. You also can't move during that. Like, you lose the ability to input new commands. You have to pick something quickly, because, yeah. So one of the things to let you do is you can grab this, and while grabbing that you can be pulling yourself up and collect a thing. So slightly faster to select things. As far as your character moving in the world, if your character was already performing an action, you could just do that and you're like, cool, neat. Oh, I jumped up there. You like jump over here, like, and then, oh. Unfortunately, they can fly if they do this. That's the problem I need to figure out, is how to make it so that they have nothing under them. So... yeah, the fact that they can just walk off these things is a problem, because they're not constrained by anything anymore. So that's why it's more of a flying movement setup than an actual, like, ground movement, and that's why the nav mesh is still useful for now. I like that real time. It's hard to manage. Military radio only have like 3 to 4. Reorganize them and change them. They have to possibly get the radio like Resident Evil anyway. Yeah, that's the problem though, is like you'll have to switch them over and over and over. So I mean, I originally tested it with like multiple like hotkey ones essentially, and it was just awful. Because you had to keep switching them all the time. It's the thing, the reason why it doesn't work very well, like unlike Resident Evil, is in Resident Evil you have a stack of weapons. They're all weapons. They all basically do about the same thing. They're all guns that shoot people, or a knife or something. This, they all have wildly different abilities that might be necessary for traversal and the like, so you have to keep swapping them out. It's just like, oh, I need the Empress right now. Okay, well, I better swap it in. You know, it's like, oh look, I need like the moon to open the moon door. So I'm like, okay, I better swap that in. Oh, the Hierophant's necessary for this room. I better swap that in. Oh, I need the Magician and the Hierophant in this room. Okay, I better swap them in. You know, it's like, but I gotta have a weapon equipped too. It's like, yeah, it just adds an extra layer of having to select things over and over. You spend more time with menus. I don't know. Versus here, where you can just do that and go or grab what you want and move on. So, if it was a mechanic where you can favor abilities and then press a button, switch to a different set of abilities without pressing or screwing the screen. Yeah, it's like a hotkey system. Then you get a weird convoluted hotkey system where you gotta like, okay, well, I have these ones on set on things here, and I can hit button switch to these ones here that I have on things, and that doesn't sound better. It doesn't sound easier to do at all, like for them using it. But maybe it's just me. Whereas this fits under the radial menu style. I mean, to be fair, they still don't. There's a lot of them. There's 22 of them. At some point, there's just 22 of them, however you look at it. You won't have them all this early on either. You'll have very few of them to start with. By the end of the game, you'll have all 22, but I just have a lot of them enabled already. Yeah, well, that's the problem. That's a big issue I have with the, yeah. I might change the way the tarot buttons look a little bit, potentially, too, but yeah, I just think that it's better than it was. I've definitely tried the shortcut method before with hotkeys, and I used it for quite a long time. At first it was fine because I only had like 4 abilities. I only have like 4 abilities, so it's like, okay, cool. Well, there's only 4, so they're just always set. Perfect. But now, I have a lot of abilities now. The problem. But yeah, that's a thing. Then the other idea I had that I got at the end of the last stream. Load this up here. I was gonna take a potential inspiration from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I'm sure you'll recognize the inspiration if you recognize the game. Which, if you don't recognize the game, really? Really? Wow. Yes. A game that no one's ever played. Symphony of the Night, right? Well, what if I have my own upside down area? What if the building is upside down? What then? What then? Hmm? Not every room has been redesigned to be upside down. Actually, most of them haven't. But I'm just saying, what if they too had upside down areas? Yeah, the orchestra, right? Exactly. So let's try it from the music room here. Yeah. Let me wander around a little bit. Does mean I'll have to build more on the ceilings, which I had not really done if I plan to do that, because otherwise there won't be much to do. When I room this upside down, it's like, wait a minute. A place you can wander under like that too. Now the pipes are suddenly a different place to go. Can I even get up on this? Unfortunately, I don't really have good movement for this area, so I end up having to use the chariot to get almost everywhere for now. I'll improve it later, but suddenly the library looks like a very different room, doesn't it? With weird pipes to wander through this way instead. This map's really slow because nothing's in the H load. I have to re-H load everything if I was gonna do that. And now suddenly I have weird paths this way and everything like that. Just water's on the ceiling. Heck yeah. Yeah. It's a chariot ability. I hadn't really put much use to it for a while. I mean, because it's been kind of glitchy and terrible, but yep. The water's up on the ceiling, so it does fire little cannonballs. It's not very well set up yet. I hadn't really planned on using it anytime soon, but now it'd be really handy in this area. So that's right, puffs of smoke, suckers. You. Beep 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 beep. The fact that they can fly now is obnoxious. It's hard to figure out where everything is in my own area, or then like in the upside down world. I don't recognize things very well. Yes, as you can see, it's a very different game at this point, and I could make something probably pretty interesting, all things considered, I'd imagine. The toy maze is upside down. You can actually enter through the areas where you would have exited the toy maze. We upside down now, boys. And the best part is that you would only reach this point if you had the World Tarot, so I just get to have that active the whole time. Which currently its passive ability just gives you regeneration of both, like you don't suffer from the curse anymore, and you're just regenerating both sanity and curse at all times. Making it very good, but you won't get it till way later, so, you know, like, it's the last tarot. I can't even find the right way out. I got ruined by my own maze. Yeah. It's kind of cool. I don't know. I ran a test late last night to see if I liked the idea of it, and I was like, you know, hear me out. Suddenly the magician room is way different. All these pipe mazes are suddenly very cool upside down. I don't know about the flying weird guys much, but still. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. So now I need to build more things on the ceiling of rooms, because if I want to flip the place upside down, I want to have the option to, you know, I didn't even have collision on that. You know, have the option to do cool stuff. Doesn't really break that, does it? Oh, it did. Aha! I found my way in, boys. I got H-load stuff. Some things would be different, but not everything, not many things. I didn't open that door. I did, but I opened it from this direction. So I think this could be very interesting. Yes. Especially because that means that I'll have effectively doubling my content. Just saying. And also, I was worried about where I would actually be able to make use of all this jumping and flying, because in the regular world, it's not really built for it. There really wasn't much use for it. But here it's a prerequisite. Also, weird heads are just watching me still. These things are actually creepier if they're from the ceiling, by the way. I like them better. Maybe I'll hang them from pipes instead of these weird little sticks, and they just look at you from the ceiling in places. Also, this room has a very different feel to it when the things are hanging from the ceiling for some reason. Wouldn't it be wild that the final battle in the game was in, like, you know, the reverse version of the first, like the first boss in the game? It's not going to be, by the way. I have plans for the final. I already have the final battle planned out. I have exactly planned out. I know everything, all the mechanics planned for it. Everything is good. But there's no point in testing it because I don't have all the tarot cards made, so it's been a long time. Also, I got to make the battle. I have to make the area for it, and I'm just saying. But now, before I was like, you know, maybe I cut it down to just 5 levels. But see, now if I make 5 levels, and then I flip them all, put new enemies and bosses, obviously. This could be a very much longer game with way less work. I understand why they did it in Symphony of the Night. Or in Bloodstained, when they made everything just giant versions of old enemies, like you get to the secret, you know, final area and everything is just big versions of the old enemies. They just recycled everything, but now they're big. Okay. And it plays way different because, well, the movement is way different when everything's upside down. Yeah. Well, it's not quite half the effort, but it does reduce the effort a lot. Like, because I still got to rank all the enemies and AIs for it, so it's not completely devoid of new effort, but it's a lot less effort. Because designing areas takes forever. If you've been watching me do it on the stream, which you have, you can see it. It takes a long time. See, I'm thinking of that. I just have everything floating upside down. I was going to have like crazy storms going on, but the problem is then it's so dark in here that... Also, one thing I can do... I keep forgetting, you have to go down to get to it's upside down. I'm going to be confused by that a bunch. I'm apparently very directionally challenged. I didn't realize I was so directionally challenged, but here we are. Sure feels very directionally challenged. So we can do light here. Everything can have a red tinge to it instead. Give it a bit of a different look. Not that kind of a different look. Because then it would be a bit of a different feel. Not a lot, but it would matter. Just enough where it feels alien. Well, it's already upside down, so it already feels alien in a way, but be a little bit more alien. A little bit more sinister, if you will. Oh, terrible place to spawn, by the way. Okay, let's just grab everything that involves in the H-load here and just H-load it real fast so we don't hate ourselves. Because, yeah. Without the H-load... Yeah. I can see it working. I mean, after all, I love Symphony of the Night, and when I discovered there was an upside-down castle, I was like, hey, wait a minute, I have even more game? Why, yes, please. Yes, please, indeed. And somehow I doubt anyone else would be upset to have more game. Well, thanks for stopping by, Murphyo. You've heard all the good stuff. I'll let you know more good stuff tomorrow if you swing by. Actually, wait. It'd be 2 days from now, wouldn't it? So I take the weekend off. Yeah. Sleep well. My day's just beginning here. Yes. As I experiment with my new proposed end game. The other cool thing about having this extra area to play with is that I no longer have to go, oh, am I going to be able to fit 66 abilities in here? I don't got to give you every ability before. The other abilities can be in here. The only thing I have to give you before this is the World Tarot. That will be my Richter Belmont, if you will. Do you have the World Tarot? No? You don't get to see that half the game then. Sucks to suck. I was going to hand out the World Tarot near the very end of the game, but if there's a whole extra game afterwards, well, that's right. Now, I do have a Richter Belmont type of character. Not like Richter Belmont, but a character that if you kill that character, then you get a bad ending. Don't. Don't kill that character. I'm gonna drop hints the whole way too, so you'll have an idea which character you should not kill, and it should be pretty friggin' obvious. But just in case you decide you're like, nope, nope, they got to die. Well, that's on you. That was always planned. It just was whether or not you got like which ending you ended up with. But now with this whole new area, I also get to penalize you by not letting you come here. There was gonna be like one additional area you didn't get because of it. I'm just looking to see what it looks like with two things. It might need to be darker. That's true. Like, it's so bright. I wanted the thunderstorm to be a thing, but the problem is it makes everything super dark. But the red light is much brighter than the other. I don't really let you name the character. I guess I could have some way to name your save file, I suppose. But, I consider having if DLCs are a thing, having a playable character like that. Because, I mean, if people really like the game, I will make DLCs of other characters to play. I'll completely do exactly what Bloodstained is doing and just lots and lots of extra DLC thingies that are often whole new characters to play that have different pathways and, well, I mean, sort of different. I mean, you got to keep in mind that you might think Bloodstained is an indie game, and it sort of is, but that guy still has like millions of dollars, a whole team of like, I think like 20 people or something. So manage expectations, right? But we'll see. I mean, like I said, if people like the game, if no one likes the game, well, you know. I never played Zangetsu. I played a little bit of, was it Bloodless? Which is kind of fun. Most of the DLC characters aren't that fun to play, to be completely honest. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. They basically forego every mechanic in the game to have like a very small number of mechanics, and that's what they do. It's like, oh, you can play as Child of Light. What is that? Well, it has a really slow swinging broadsword. Cool. So that was less exciting for me when I'm just like, oh yeah, slow sword. Yes. And it doesn't lock you out of like the EX boss thingies, like, you know, like the super bosses. So one of the first things I went over to try to challenge a super boss, and I got wrecked. I'm just like, Jesus. You expect this thing to win the game? What the hell? It reminds me of the original Castlevanias before Symphony of the Night. I didn't like the Castlevania games before Symphony of the Night. Well, Bloodless does, because Bloodless starts in a different area, and she goes through a castle in a very different way, having to try to kill bosses to unlock new abilities for herself. So she has a bunch of abilities, but she has to unlock them. So I found it kind of interesting, but after a while I mean, she's really sucky. She's not very good. You have to basically memorize the move and things and just be really, really good, like the old Castlevanias. A long time ago, I played Dracula, because I played pretty much all the early Castlevanias, but I didn't necessarily beat them all. A lot of them were back in the day where we had to rent the stuff, and I didn't always have the money to rent it, and I wasn't very good at the things either. And this is pre-YouTube and pre, you know, sites that could tell you how to get through things easier. 9 times out of 10, I would actually rent RPGs, because if I was renting a game with the anticipation of playing it for the weekend and needing entertainment, I wanted something that had the longest bang for my buck, because now as a kid, I didn't have a lot of money. I didn't even have a Game Genie. I did not grow up rich. We're pretty poor. Not like super poor that I didn't have anything, but sure weren't rich. Much of my playing early on was go outside and go play with the sticks and rocks, so we did that a lot. I also grew up in the woods too, all the mountains that were, you know, with lots of woods everywhere, so Now I'm in a city. I don't like cities. Ugh. Actually, I kind of like it with a storm now. This is probably about the right level of light because we're not doing blue anymore. Or purple, I should say. Hey, S-Man Smear. How's it going? You're, just in time to be just in time. Not sure what you're just in time for, but you're just in time for it. We're reminiscing about the good old days of Castlevania. And by good old days, I mean the games I didn't like as much as Symphony of the Night. And then I decided to flip my game upside down and see what the levels would be like upside down. Oh, it's going good. I've discovered a secret that might lead to lots of extra gameplay, and it's... Oh, hello. Take the blimp ride. This is like interesting. I'm not sure if I'm liking it, but I'm testing to see if I would like the light in this area. Because normally the game is obviously right side up and very different than this, but it's all flowing the wrong direction. It's wonderful. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can see this being interesting. I mean, nothing's built for this direction, but we'll be able to go through the pipes upside down too. That's true. Go into the pipe. Never seen the Hall of Records from this direction before. Okay, this room is really dark. It's too dark, actually. I guess to be fair, I'm flying through smoke up there. Actually, there's one on the ground. Yeah, if I get rid of the post-process and just have a storm going outside. Any effects I'm trying to make are missing? Are you sure you've been looking for? I would keep checking back on that one. Literally right now, there's nothing I'm specifically looking for. But that doesn't mean that won't change. Catch you later, Bam. Thanks for swinging by and checking out all the weirdness that is going on with the Upside Down World idea. That is crazy. I kind of like it. I think I will leave it red in the storm going on that one. And now I have to build some additional things onto the ceilings of every room. So if when I flip it upside down later, there'll be stuff for you to mess with. Or just pipes everywhere. Like there could just be pipes all over the ceilings of every room. And thus, when you come back there, everything will be running around on pipes with strange things underneath it and stuff. That could be wild. That could be wild indeed. Yeah, the post-process here isn't too bad. I mean, I don't have to post-process in both of them. Not everything has to be completely identical. But like this room would need a bunch of stuff on the ceiling. I thought these were done. It could just be more pipe mazes. That's gonna be one big problem is what goes on a ceiling, right? I mean, just stuff that hangs off of it, like chandeliers. And all the pipes can be up there because it's a steampunk game. I could have gears up there if I want. Is every room gonna have to have gears and everything? Because it could. That'd make the next world really crazy. if you're jumping around on top of the gears. Especially if I wait to give you flight. I'm gonna take a bio break real fast. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have pipes and gears on every ceiling. I think that's it's a steampunk game, so I don't have to explain why having them all weird and spinning around everything would be obnoxious. Even machinery up there. Just make the top half of every room that, well, the floor of every room like that. Beyond that, I might have to include additional things later if I discover that when I play those I need something. But I don't know like how much I truly need. Because I'll give you other abilities. And the other question I need to ask myself here is do I go with everything having active abilities? I mean, I guess I can. If I don't have active abilities on all of them, then I don't have to have them in the giant wheel of tarot cards that pretty big. I also don't have to have abilities for all. I don't have to have like a look for all of them. On the other hand, I could have the whole magical girl thing of a look for every one of them, which would be kind of a selling point. Kinda. So that's an idea. I also need to dictate what abilities are going to be, but I assume that I will give you every single one of the regular tarot cards, the first version, in the regular world. But now we make the assumption that I'm going to go ahead and say there's only 5 levels to this thing now. And the reasoning for it is if I flip the place upside down, then there's 10 levels. And weirdly enough, the original RPG Maker Game Jam game I made actually had 10 areas to it. So it's interesting that it all comes full circle. Originally I was going to have some sort of a basement room, but at this point it's like 5 levels of basement. Do I really need more basement? Or am I okay with 5 floors and then that, and then I just have to give away 22 tarot cards over 5 floors, which is a much more manageable number than before. Because, originally, I was going to have 66 over 6 floors, which, of course is 11 per floor. And, there was like, I think 21 rooms, maybe 22 rooms on the 5th floor. That includes part of the 4th floor as well. But everything that was effectively chapter 1. So, I mean, like every other room I had to give you a tarot card. That's a lot of tarot cards. That's a lot of abilities really fast. Then I got to try to design for all those abilities immediately, which is pretty bad. But in the upside down place, I don't have to design for hardly any of it. I can just give you a crap ton of mobility and be like, you'll figure it out. As long as you can get to the end. I mean, you're flying, so you can always technically get through anything. That is interesting to think about. Which means I might actually take some of the abilities out from this area. We also might make it that strength no longer is required for parkour. I don't like the setup that what I've done with the carnival room is like the only room that I'm actually very dissatisfied with my changes. This room here like that, we're giving up the strength thing because it's like literally, okay, here's the start of the game. Which means I'm going to go ahead and give you all that information in the story of the game, the story thing, I'm going to try to keep it somewhat limited, but you're going to have to, there's going to be an intro of some sort. I'm going to give you a weapon, and you have to learn to fight. So in the first room, you've already got 2 things to worry about. Then you get over here, and it's like, oh, by the way, you've been in one room. Here's yet another tarot card, and another mechanic to explain. That's so cool, great. And then you go one more room, and here's yet another tarot card with another mechanic for you to deal with that quickly. And then worse yet, you go through all these things here, and you go and you kill like the first like mini boss type of thingy, and we're not even that many rooms in. Like, I hate that. Like, I don't like this thing at all. I mean, I don't hate the boss concept at all. I mean, he's just like a little dopey boss, but he could be much cooler if done later. And yeah. So I hate this change and I hate this change, which were the 2 major changes I made. I'm probably going to remove those. Make more of a weird little area to wander through here. Suddenly shelves are more interesting because if you flip everything upside down, you can jump on the shelves. Huh. I'll have to make it that the first chariot ability doesn't do, doesn't give you a blimp. That'll probably be like the last chariot ability. Like some sort of just outright flying vehicle. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, originally I was like, I'll give you a little car and maybe then like a boat and things like that too. But the car sucks because there's barely any areas you want to drive a distance because you want to go up and down. A boat's only useful in the water, which might be useful. Because you go on top of the water for something, I suppose. But I don't know. Yeah, it was like the planning ideas I've been thinking about. It's just like, hey, wait a minute. I think I no longer tie the first strength ability to this, even though I wanted to use just use it for every single thing I possibly could. Then it's like, okay, well, maybe I make like double jump a thing and then like triple jump a thing. But if I'm going to give you like a tarot card, I almost want to give you the weapon version first and then the traversal later. But it doesn't really pan out that way. Not very well. Not very well at all. Either way, I'm going to remove this thing. I hate this. I might use it later. Probably change it up. Probably make it a giant altar somewhere in some room, some huge standy thing with strength on it, and then have strength do something else. I don't know. I definitely do not like what I have made with this room. And I can't think of any way I would like it better, because the fundamental flaw is not that I hate the layout of the room so much as I hate how fast it rushes a bunch of things on you that it didn't need to do. That's the problem. So let's see, I need... Let's just open Poppet because it's easier to do it this way. Versus finding a thing. I can get the character here. And I just X this out. It's not that I hate that strength would have this ability, I just... The game's so centered around the magician being useful. I need another magician style card, basically another card that is as useful as the magician for traversal. Double check that I was talking on YouTube. Off to a pretty good day today so far. -1 follower, -1 sub. Happens. -1 sub on YouTube. It's not a sub on Twitch, obviously. That would be worse. It's those pay money. I see Epic has the same bad habit that where it's really unreadable. Yeah, I don't like that. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, so removing that, let's just kick this to the curb. Not saying I won't use this later, just saying I ain't using it now. Yeah, this is too early. Oh, that's right, I have a rotation option on here. Based on a variable. I'll fix the Mega Biteys so that they aren't flying anymore. Or just the Biteys. They were just my experiment, but they're not intended to fly.
Crazy, I know, but they aren't. Oops. This room is just going to have things reduced in it. It's got such 43 things in the array. It's just a lot. And these possessed thingies are a little better than they used to be, but they're still heavy. They're really heavy. This room also has a lot in it. I can also cut down the number of destroyables as well. The board that has a weird shadow on it. Fair enough. A little better in here. Why do you have such a giant thing on you? What is this huge... So it's some sound. Okay, that's it. That makes sense. I was like, what could be so large? It's just a sound. Of course, those are going to be much larger than everything else. Sound goes a long ways. Yes. Hmm. I might just go back to the gate thing I had previous. I didn't hate the room beforehand. It was actually a perfectly fine room beforehand. As I clicked on it, I'm done. Oh, this is you could easily get up on top of that, right, and get up there. I don't want that. You most certainly cannot. Probably have light on them too. They have little glowies on them. Can't spell apparently. Maybe we build up on that. You'll do. I just want to open that up. This doesn't even have anything on it. Like I don't need anything specifically. It's just a light thingy, light information, I believe. I guess it doesn't care about anything. It says nothing on it. I guess I don't need anything anymore. I did change how things worked, so that's true. I thought I had to tell everyone who's the kids for it, but I guess I probably don't because, well, it should tell what room it's in though. This doesn't have a room located in option. So does this still work the way I think it does? Where the light only works in the room? Or do I need to put that back? I gotta put that back. It's missing some code. I think it is. Wait a second. Might have been they just took a while to register that I got too far away. It does take a moment to make certain the array is completely empty. No, it doesn't. Needs to inform all of its children. I forgot I had half of these, by the way. Because I have so many things I've made that a lot of it aren't even necessarily a thing anymore. Project's definitely something of a mess at this point. That's okay. It can be kind of a mess. I'll live. Need something with that code. This has the code. I don't have it either. Double check this, but if it can't tell the children it has which room it's in, then it, in theory, shouldn't work. Not the whole point. Telling the children in the room is kind of a thing. That's this here. Fortunately, there's no easy way to go about this one. I don't think I could standardize it all, but you make a component that goes in all of them. That seems like a lot of extra effort for something that probably doesn't matter too much. And I could just, I guess, put the component on everybody, which would make the code one time. How do those even work? Let me check this out. I'm curious. Not that. I need this. Well, the funny part is I moved all the light stuff off in the Poppet. This is just to tell all of its children that it's in the right room. I don't know. It seems like a rabbit hole I don't need to fall down right now. Why fall down that rabbit hole when I can just as easily just dump this on here and move on? It would be nice, though, an actor component that worked on every single light thing. Wow, everything that had to get lights, because if it's already a light, then... Well, I guess I do have to add that information to a interface. But, to my knowledge, I'd have to add that to the interface anyway, because the component doesn't have an interface? Do actor components have interfaces? I don't know. I don't know at all. What am I doing? I can just check right here. You can implement an interface on them. Then they have to harvest the information off the thing anyway. They're right here. This should get all of its, components and send the information. I'm trying to avoid interfacing, because if I have to interface to get it there, then I'm once again doing almost exactly the same thing and accomplishing very little. Might have to that though. No. Now I'm curious about something here. Which interface they were actually implementing, I don't remember. Yeah, it's light information. I'd still have to hook up this here, but I guess light information could also get those there. And well, if the player called directly to it, it wouldn't work. It would have to be on the component. The component has to have its own thing that calls for getting new information. Basically the same information. It would work. Well, wait, what did... I don't know if a component can have the same interface. So I'm going to test if it can. Before I think too careful about this, can the component even have the same interface? Light? No. The NPC has it. So let's say I beep it after this. This is partially so I can recycle code on other things, so I'm kind of teaching myself as I go on some of these. So if I seem a little uncertain, kind of why. In case I changed the owner for some reason. Or change something. Wait. So let's do the control console here and let's add this thing here. I think if it actually has access to these things, it's kind of a curiosity, if you will. unfortunately, adding this onto here doesn't actually give access to the stuff as a public, does it? Or maybe it does. Curious. No. I just wouldn't do it on there. I would just put it here. Just get the information to all the children, which would be fine, but what am I even accomplishing with this is what I'm questioning now. Like, oh, you implement this and it does what again? If none of these are actually accessible to their children as like an actual thing I can change on each instance, even though I mark it as editable, it's kind of worthless. And they don't hide it anywhere either. All it would successfully do is this and add it to all their children. On the few things that actually need it. Which means I would only have to change it one location, that's true. But I still have to set that up. So I guess light information is a thing on here too. And here I'd have to set it like this. But again, I'm basically just saving a small amount of code. I'm trying to think what else I'd even put on it. Poppet's still calling the file and these things here. I could put the tag just on that. But then I gotta go there on their file information for the parent actor and put this crap anyway. Anywhere visible anywhere. Wait, what? Looks like I have that set. It shows everything that's on there. You'd have to scroll to this and then you can set it here. That's a little wonky. But technically you can set it. Seems like it's more effort than it's worth, but now I'm just curious if it works. This one doesn't even have that, it just does its little children thingies, but yeah. Do this, it doesn't need line information, we'll just say it runs these things by itself. It has a room located in, so I don't care about that anymore. We'll just run this here. As long as I set it that way. Let's give this the light tag, I guess. Give this a tag. Tags are on this one. And this thing, I don't believe it even has a tag, but let's make certain it doesn't, just in case. Sure. Let's see if this out works. I mean, I can always just put the other one there. It's pretty simple, but oh, I'm doing owner. That's dumb. Does work. Nice. That could be really good because then you just have this component, anything I want to deal with, and I don't have to deal with anything else, and I just mark it in there, I guess. Just everything that has this particular thing would just not have to worry about it, but then I'd have to fill out the information on every single thing again, so that's kind of weird. Not everything necessarily needs it, but then if I want to make any changes, I can put it all just in one instead of having to change it on every single instance the entire game. So there's something to be said for that. You know? Like, that's not nothing. Mostly just deals with the room located in crap. That is a tag light. And on here, I can just scroll to it. Get the room located in. Also could have got it from here and then dumped it down there. It's particularly fast to do it this way or not. Less is more in the world of code. Yeah, you never know. Later on, I might have a use for it, so. I need this too, though. This doesn't implement the light thingy. I wonder if this is just tell the children. And how good that even is. And a lot of times though, as I keep messing with it, I will come up with better uses for it, so. And learn something new. And make actor components do a bunch of things. And I might use actor components for some other stuff too. There's a lot of code that, again, like, I'm not that far into the game as far as what I'm gonna need to add, so it might behoove me to do a few more things like that. Hey Rosted, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. All that. Definitely, Yep, shout out apparently given to you. Never mind, it doesn't say how many people. Hey Keon, how's it going? Yeah, Twitch being a little slow tonight, but YouTube's doing pretty good. I made some new stuffs. New stuffs indeed. And I'm pretty excited for it. I just changed light things. That might screw some crap up. That's okay. It's going fine. Definitely a bit slow tonight, but got like 11 watching on, actually on 12 watching on YouTube at least, so between the two of them, Over new UI. Nice, nice. Does it do cool stuff now? What does it do? Oh my god. Important questions must be asked. What do? I made a bit of a change to my UI. That's cool at the moment. Just maybe any multiplayer. I mean, that's a start. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I took a. Why are you standing in the air? I guess I didn't need to disable it flying. Fair enough. I took the advice people kept suggesting, the little wheel thing, and now there's an actual thing here that lets you select between them. And time doesn't stop, it slows down. Mostly so the controller people would be able to select the things a little easier, I guess, is what they were suggesting. I was like, that's probably fair, I guess. These get to go wee, woohoo. But that one does anything but wee anyway. I lost some time dilation. I got some bugs though. And then I gotta set the bitey's back to not flying. A second before I forget that one. I was using them as test dummies for a flying AI. We did my AI so it's smarter too. It was okay. Honestly, the move left, move forward, and move back and all, and move right were all actually based. Actually, it was yeah, they were all based on a target instead of just moving the direction, which was weird. Here. Yeah, now I have a flying AI. He's like do 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 do. It mostly just moves towards the player so far. I'm playing with the velocity to make it move, because you know UE doesn't do flying AIs. Yeah, that's how I solve basically every issue. A game of telephone. Beep, beep. That's very exciting. The other more exciting thing. Yes. I shall show you things. I decided to take a lesson from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. At first I was like, well, maybe it's a good idea. But then, well, I went with it. Invalid H slope there. Whatever, I'll just show off things and then do that. It'll be slow and laggy, but the ghost would stop moving when you look at it. I mean, maybe it is a ghost that's like that. It's a ghost of a steampunk shark thingy. Yeah, that's it. My plan was real simple. In Symphony of the Night, there's an upside-down castle. Why in the world can't I have an upside-down version of my home building? I also put a red light because more sinister. It's not really set up for upside-down very well yet, but conceptually, it's interesting. You can water through the pipes on the ground instead. Thankfully I have the chariot to fly me around for now, so I can kind of explore a little more. I haven't rotated the camera at all. The camera's still normal. You're just on top of things that are upside down now. Something for the old Discord, I guess. Sudden Shark. I'll add it to the Discord. Well, it loads all that up. I mean, upside down world, yo, don't question it. It's no good light. Whoa, 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 wait. I'm gonna try to catch him in the lightning. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, that's any better. It wasn't that cool. I was hoping for better. I should do some things to make it where you can actually go underneath stuff and you go in the upside down portion of the mushrooms. Haha, suckers! Yeah! Upside down mushrooms! Yeah! There's a secret way into that pipe. I know there is. Beep beep. Like a whole new game. Except for now you're trying to work your way up. Do not question. Of course, this spawns on the ground because the room thingies are relatively based. I don't know. Now, if you want keys, it's much harder to get them. Oh. Obviously, I'll have to do a bunch of movement things, but the big problem I had previously was that there was no real reason to have things like double jump or flying or anything, and now there is. If you want to. I don't know. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for the raid and all that. You have to post something about your menu or something in the Discord or something so I can see it. Or if I, catch a stream or something. If I ever have this thing called free time. Of course, the weekend's coming up. I have free time on the weekend. I don't get a lot of free time. I used to. Or I became a game dev and a streamer. I pretty much come to the conclusion that free time is clearly the enemy. That must be why I've chosen to hate it so much. Yes. Yep. I'll probably end up doing things for some weird upside down crazy world. And this time, you'll actually be going up. And just imagine how exciting the final battle could actually be if it's just on the literal bottom of the building. And I mean, when I say the bottom of the building, I mean like the actual physical, what would have been the actual bottom of the building, but in this bizarre landscape. This could be one hell of a boss arena. What this? It's a pentagram decal. Just on nothing. It's probably supposed to go somewhere else down here or something. But I'll get rid of it similar, but Not gonna worry too much about this one yet, though. I will build the H load real fast. Wow. No, I'll just delete the H load. That's what I really want to do. Building it takes 1,000,000 years. Deleting it does not take that long. Well, we're supposed to delete the H, so let's not build them. Here's my list of things to do. I'm moving him out to a different location anyway. I don't care. He's not going to be there. Well, the runtime grids. It didn't have the grids. Whatever, I don't care. It's just my concept there anyway. It would be kind of cool. Hey, Gigi. Oh yeah, I just copy pasted everything from the other map and put it upside down. And it has the, I haven't made all the grids for the new area yet, for the new map. So it's looking for grids that aren't there. Which is no good. But I was making a conceptual area, basically taking the idea that Symphony that I had where they had an upside down castle and asking why can't I have an upside down building? Because, you know, the game is very different when it's upside down. And suddenly a lot of mobility things become super necessary. So yeah. I was working on a flying AI. It mostly just moves towards you at the moment. No nav meshes here though. Yeah. I'll just control it in a second. Let's also change this out so it has a different menu for this, and now you can still be moving a bit during there. You can always continue the action, so it's just slow time. Mostly so the controller people could easily select stuff, because someone brought that up and it's like, okay, well, they're right. The other way would be really hard to select any of the controller. Now it might be kind of hard, I don't know. See here. Nope. It's the map button. Still a little weird. Because you're over there, then you can't easily select that, I find, so... I might have to have the buttons there even if you haven't unlocked them. Because the controller is so weird because, you know, it'll try to find the next one there, but there's nothing there, so you have to go like down then up to get to it. And like, because the Hierophant's like before this one here, so before the Emperor, it would be like this one, then over to here would be weird. I'll get back to that, but it's important because people are going to want to have controller support for Metroidvania, right? I'll back up the other area so you can see it. I'm gonna have to build a bunch of things on every ceiling in the game though now. It's now a requirement, so this way when if I flip the place upside down, then there'll be stuff to jump around on. Okay, you'll pop in here at the bottom and have to work your way up. In a world that was probably not designed to be upside down very well yet, but that's okay. I'll just open this door. I've kind of just opened about every door. Switch to the red lights, that's neat. Put a storm outside, yeah. I'll probably get rid of any post-process on here because it's already so dark as is. I still have the same enemies spawning in, so, you know. It be what it be. Things will have to get changed like that, but that's okay. So some of these rooms are really bad for moving around because I didn't put anything for them on the ceiling. Thankfully the chariot is real. It's like say there's gonna be infinite pipes all over the place. I'll have to make the enemies upside down too. And maybe include triple jump as a thing or something, or a high jump, I don't know. Thankfully, like I say, the chariot works for getting around here, so it's not like the end of the world. Also, I didn't really include the ability to get things from the other direction either on that, so that'll be weird as well. I'll go to the rooms that are more interesting to run around upside down on. I got too close to Charlotte. I didn't really build it with Charlotte being on the ground as a thing, so. Hard to figure out where I'm going. Very hard. Not to say about noise, about noise, about luminosity, about reflection and seal the noise. Well, then the problem is Lumen has this awful fog that looks terrible, so the lighting in Lumen looks really bad. Is the problem with it? Like, it looks awful. So it's like, oof. It's like if you light up the darkness, it just has this bizarre fogging thing, which isn't like how real light acts, but it's how Lumen acts, which is weird. And so I tested that for a while, trying to find ways, and some guy's like, let's just lumen. I was like, I turn off lumen. It's like, you're right, it's just lumen. Gross. I don't actually see the noise you're talking about. Like, these look so much better than the shadows in lumen. Like, I must be missing something, but lumen's ugly. Jesus. Like, I thought I had to have it enabled. I didn't realize it was optional. That I would still have all the lighting set up and everything without it. Like, okay, cool. What does this do? Make everything too dark to see. Oh. I don't really see noise everywhere. I see like various reflections of the, you know, things that are happening, but there's also water. This water here is actually from the weather thing. I haven't disabled the ability for these walls to be wet, so it just sees them as outside and wet. I like to put a weather thing in there, so if you're wondering why those are like that, that's because they're moist. So if that's what you're seeing and thinking, that's not lumen. That's nothing to do with lumen. That's just literally because they're wet. Because this can't differentiate from outside to inside on the weather thing. And I have it raining outside. If I turn off the rain, you wouldn't see that, but... Map is so bad because it doesn't have the H-load set up. Like all the wall thingies were just moist. Now they're not. Well, I had to disable lumen because it was so hideous. Everyone watching it, they're like, "That's awful looking." I'm like, yeah, I know. It was bad. It was really bad. Lumen doesn't do darkness well. That's its problem. It doesn't. Yeah, you see, it loses all the weird sparkling on the walls because that was just water from that stupid thing. Other than that, eh. Yeah, this is my experiment. Might turn out good. Might turn out bad. Yeah, everything ends up all wet, as you can see. Because there's no protection from the weather. I have to put in these like occlusion thingies to make the water not hit it. So, if that's what you're seeing, it's not the same thing. But I have it on there because the storm looks cool outside the windows, and I'm going to eventually put the stuff in there, probably. I don't worry too much about the map yet because I'm going to change this a bunch, so I'm going to want to flip that new one upside down. I guess so. I don't know, I mean, all the shadows in this just look so much better than Lumen. Like, we tested it. I spent weeks testing it on stream. Lumen's horrible looking. Holy crap. I like all these experts in there trying to make it look good, and it's like, it just doesn't do darkness well. Like, it's terrible at nighttime. It makes it where you just can't see. And if you light it up, it just has this weird foggy light that looks terrible. So it's just not designed for darkness. It's fine if it's just got some shadows, because it's really not designed to do lighting as far as I can tell. But I don't really think it's designed to do anything. But I'll be nice and say it is. It does emissives, I guess. It is good with emissives. I'll give it that much credit. Fine. But otherwise, yeah, like I say, it's really just it can't do darkness. It turns into the Game of Thrones season 8 White Walker fight. Of the White Walker war thingy, where you just can't see anything, and you're like, what's going on? You see anything? No. Cool. And the game becomes quite literally unplayable because you can't even see any distance at all, even with lights. They barely illuminate anything, and it just makes this foggy light where it's just... It's literally like if you took a light and just shined it in the fog. And it's like, okay. So, yeah, it's really fine during the day when it just doesn't have to light anything. And the emissive stuff looks okay, but it's like until megalights came about, it couldn't even handle lights very well. It only handled emissives very well. Which is why I had to switch at one point before 5.4, I believe. I had to switch to like no, it's actually back in 5.4. I had to use emissives. I switched to that for a while. And then megalights came out and I was able to put lights again on my project because Lumen couldn't handle it. I was so on board with Lumen at the start. Just like Nanite. And now I've disabled both of my project and DirectX 12 because 12 is trash. Holy crap, it's bad. I don't know why I'm doing this particular thing here by changing the lights out like thing. It's probably a waste of my time, honestly. I got all excited. Mostly to learn something new, I guess. And in reality, I'm probably not really saving much time or effort, you know? Yep. DirectX 12 did terrible things for my project. But if you want to use Nanite, you have to use DirectX 12, but Nanite didn't improve the FPS. Like DirectX 12 stole FPS, but Nanite didn't give it back. So it's like, okay, cool, but can I have my FPS back? No. That sucks. So I was sad about that. I will give one credit to Nanite at least. And that's it. You can see all the primitives for it, so you can easily figure out the draw calls and reduce them. That's nice. Yeah, DirectX 12 sucks. I spent so much time just messing with it, and man, you don't even need it for Lubin, so I just remain unimpressed. Perhaps someday it'll be ready for use. Yes. I don't know if that's true. Like production ready. I understand why the AAA games are running badly though. It's because they're running that. Before I was like, oh, maybe they just can't program. No, it's DirectX 12. This just counts itself as a light. Yeah. This AC thing is mostly for stuff that doesn't count itself as a light. Yeah. I mean, there's like, we'll just make it easy. Oh, it does make it easy. You aren't wrong. I'm not even sure this AC light thing is good. This has a get parent actor thing. Not having all the code everywhere would be kind of nice. But if it doesn't have any children to worry about anyway, I probably can just ditch this and just dump the other thing on here, the little AC thingy, and just change that and then just update the code as I go. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely for my game, DirectX 12 didn't work. Neither did Lumen. Ordinary light. Landscapes would have been okay, I guess, except for they're pretty heavy for the fact that I'm not really using anything, so I don't even care. Like, I'm not making use of anything other than to like show off the distance, I guess. That's kind of not that great. Like, I don't gain a lot. So I can see that being not so awesome. But I mean, hey, DirectX 12 and 11, actually, no, wait. I don't know if this is true, because I don't actually know if those Batman Arkham games were even made in Unreal Engine, but if they were, then they would have been made with DirectX 11. Actually, to be fair, DirectX 11 wasn't solely tied to Unreal Engine either, so it's entirely possible that those games were made in DirectX 11. They probably were given their age. And if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me. Yes. I mean, sure. Why not? This has its own lights, so it doesn't even care. Ugh. I'm down to just a handful of rooms that need to be worked on. I changed the reading room into the music room. I mean, you saw the upside down version of it, but I had to redo the keys though, because they were just too small. Like, Poppet couldn't really jump on it, so I made them really large so Poppet could actually jump on the dumb things, even though they look a little lame. I'm not sure about the things showing up on them like that, but I was gonna have some kind of puzzle to open things up. Even now, it's kind of hard to jump on them. But before, you could never have hit the black keys. And now you can. It's not easy, but... In hindsight, I could have made the keys a little bit longer, but then I have to redo the entire piano thing. Or I can get rid of this bar with all the crap above it and move that around, and that might actually be a better idea. Wow, that's also tied into that because I already merged it all, so it's literally blocking a part of the keys. Let me shower. That's pretty much how I feel about it. Stupid keys being blocked. Why? Is that an ad break running? Nice. There's no winning. There's an ad break running and everything. Yeesh. Let's wait for it to wear off anyway. Yeah, having the reflections is kind of cool. I'm putting those in more places. Living in here too. So when you hit the game thing, it shows out the thing's just really huge because That's just how reflection captures are displayed until you actually go into the game, when it would only be on the mirror. The wall of heads. So yeah, now I guess I have to put pipes on every ceiling. My gosh, I just added so much more pipe maze to my game. Terrible. Such pipe, much maze. Including in here too. Oh, I thought I was so close to being done with this. I think I got everything that has lights within lights to worry about. Maybe. As long as it doesn't have to get all its children. Unless I missed one of these ones. It's possible I missed these ones down here. I'm sure in time I'll put all the light code on those things, which wouldn't surprise me if I did that. Probably a good idea. Oh wait. Maybe on that, the AC light. And these things are just a normal light, so they don't matter. Oh wait, there's some of those out by the water, isn't there? Where's the Empress at? Are they just temporarily invisible? Like... I'll disable the Empress and see if I even have it. Did I break something on that? When did I change something involving those? Thanks so far, RBZ710 TTV. How's it going? And more importantly, are you a game dev doing cool things that we should hear about? Not up there. Yeah, going pretty good. Any day I'm doing game dev, and streaming is never a bad day. Even when things aren't working so well, it's never a bad day. Okay, it does show up. Good. I was a little concerned there for a second. But I had broken it. Re-enable that. I guess I'm running more pipes along the ceilings of these rooms if I'm going to plan for the future. Pipes I can go through. Or just jump on. Yeah, why not? Oh. I converted them all over. I didn't convert these ones though. I think the best thing about making an upside down area will be that I don't have to worrying about the laws of physics, because once everything's upside down, people stop caring about little things like the laws of physics. You just kind of get away with whatever you want at that point. It's acceptable. I can't click the spline. Having some problems there, bucko? Supposedly, there should be 2 spline points. I did not see 2 spline points. Does anyone else see 2 spline points? I don't see 2 spline points. Oh, still only 1. I think I know why too. I have an idea here. Yep. I hit G for game mode and I was like, wait a second. I'm not calling someone game dev as yet, or sending game dev. Currently about to finish my first year. Nice, nice. Only just started using Unreal Engine 3 days ago. And it's much more fun and using Greenfoot and I mean, NetBeans. Yeah, I mean, Unreal Engine's awesome. I do this for fun, and maybe one day I'll even make a game. But I honestly think that's a vicious lie brought on by the man to keep us all down. I don't really think I actually plan on making. I'll just tell everyone that so they can be really sad because there's people watching me forever, and no, I'm making the game. I'm just kidding. Don't hate me, people who are watching. Much. Ooh. I decided to have an upside down world for my game where I take the entire building and put it upside down to go back through later. I mean, I need to put pipes and things on the ceiling because it's a steampunk game. And these will secretly be something to jump up and down on when I reverse everything. Or pathways to go through. What are you gonna make in Unreal Engine? What you gonna make? What's the plan? I'm gonna leave a fresh one down here so I can just always grab it when I want. Because there's nothing worse than having to constantly reload the thingy to grab what I want, or to go find it in the editor. Okay, I don't care what the FPS is while I'm dragging things around, okay? Fine, I'll live. Probably. Just saying. A little high up than it should be, probably. I just made enemies that crawl through the pipes after you, which is very important. After all, why have pipes if you can't have enemies crawling through them? You know what I mean? Like, it's important. It's exciting. And you have no idea where the pipes are going. Only that you know the pipes are going there. It's perfect. My only regret is I can't really test this, because I'd have to copy paste everything over to the messed up world again. People are gonna hate me. They're gonna try to get in here and they're like, I can't get to it, oh my god. Nope. Am I inside it yet? Hollow pipes are important so you can run around through them. Okay, those aren't even close, by the way. I need to start designing in the light, not the dark. I also need gears and steam and stuff. Wee clunk. Hell yeah. That's too far away. Oh, the little flying shark is here. Hey buddy, how you doing? Never did finish your AI, did I? Okay, I just got to building instead. Why can't I click you? Because the shark's in the way? It's fair. Hey buddy. Very exciting. Would probably work on his AI. Oh yeah. It has the best deal of any engine. It's the most powerful of any of the engines. It's crazy. They just throw free stuff at you until you get tired of downloading it. I mean, like, what? People try to convince me of other engines. I'm like, why would you do that? I mean, the Unity people hate that company. Why in the world would you ever sign up to use anything made by that company? Holy crap. I haven't heard anyone go, yeah, this company is great. Nobody likes it. Even the people who are diehard Unity people. I'm like, why would I use this garbage? And Godot's just bad Unity at this point. Like, it doesn't have the capabilities of Unity. Maybe eventually it'll be, like, better than Unity. That I doubt it, because it's open source, and open source usually doesn't end up better. It usually ends up a mess, but money usually makes better stuff in most cases. However, you know, it could happen, maybe. But while those things are sorting out their crap, I'm just going to use the best engine on the market. That's $0. Someone's just like, I'm gonna buy, like, you got the people who buy like RPG Maker or buy Game Maker. Those cost money. Well, I guess Game Maker is at least free to use until you pay for a license to release commercial, but It's just free to do commercial without a relationship. It doesn't cost anything. I don't understand. People are like, it's so, like, too hard to use because they've never used it. Like, way easier than those engines. It's adorable. But yeah, I tried Unity first because I was told that this was such a hard engine to use. I never realized it was like the way easier engine to use than Unity. People lied to me. And so I tried that first because they had a Lego tutorial to teach you how to use the engine. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get to play with Legos? Okay, well, the Lego tutorial was kind of neat because you got to play with Legos, so that part was good. But the engine was so bad, I went back to RPG Maker and said, yeah, man, I'm good. It wasn't until much later when I tried Unreal Engine going, yeah, I'm bored, I'll try this out. Holy crap, this is so much better. It was adorable. And thus my journey down the road of greatness began. I should have stuck to having them be like a normal shape, but I didn't. Yeah, I'm just trying to grab the endpoint here, bucko. We're just talking up the engine. I don't know if you know that. Get the points away from each other. I don't understand what you're doing there, but I hate it. Whatever it is. Except for splines. Splines are clearly stolen from Unity or something, and that's why they're so bad. Exactly. Yeah. Unity's designed to do kind of like everything. Unfortunately, it's kind of designed to do everything, so they have a lot of things in here that I'm not supposed to look at. And they don't tell me what I'm not supposed to look at. Which are jerks ruining everything. Oh my god. Ugh. These things are saying battery low in my ears again. Fix that. Yeah. I mean, my opinion of it isn't very high. But to be fair, I don't think people who use its opinion is very high because they all hate the company, so they usually trash talk it to me. It's not often I hear people say kind things about it. Most of those people say why I should use Godot over it. Is the thing I usually hear. I'm not going to use either, so I don't really care, but my own experience with Unity wasn't particularly great. That's true. It just seemed like a difficult, not very capable engine, was my assessment of it at the time. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's more capable than RPG Maker is, sure. That's true. Yeah, it's not like if they like put a gun to my head and said you have to use Unity, okay, I'd use it. But there ain't no gun to my head. It's definitely, you know, just free to use Unreal Engine. I'll stick with that one. But there was a guy who came in last night being all weird and just spurging out about Unity. I was like, he's like, you do research on blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, and I did. I used it. Didn't work out very well. We're gonna do more research. Nah, I'm using this engine, buddy. Kind of reminded me of the Linux people who are super diehard about Linux being exactly as Linux is, and then wondering why nobody adopts it as their desktop. It's because it's got some problems they don't want to fix. But people get so like upset about it, I'm just like, yeah, man, you got this. I don't know where this is particularly going with these pipes. I'm just making things. Now that I know what I'm going to do with them, it doesn't have to make sense anymore. I don't know. I mean, basically I think my assessment of all the engines is simply this. If you're already using an engine, you're already comfortable with it, don't switch. Unless your engine just can't do what you need it to do, because the time it takes to learn a new engine makes it not really worth switching. If you're about to start a new project and you've never in your life used an engine, you should probably use Unreal Engine. There you go. Those are my assessment of the engines. But I definitely wouldn't want to spend the months it took to learn a new engine just to restart. That would never be a thing. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I did exactly that with Unreal Engine. That's because I came from RPG Maker, so that engine couldn't do what I wanted it to do. Which is why I switched. Honestly, I should make these go someplace instead of being a giant looping bizarre monstrosity. I don't want to put any more holes in the walls. It's a lot of work. You know what? I'm doing this wrong. Right now I'm putting things here with the hopes that they're interesting later when I flip them upside down. But I should go about it one of two different ways. I should either make it interesting now, so you can use it, or I should build it in the upside down world in the first place to make it interesting for there. Because building it here, it's just random. Like, this is stupid. Just from a level design thing, it's like, what am I really designing here? I don't know. Nothing? I'm gonna delete this crap. That was... I see the mistake I'm making. What I'm doing is content for content's sake, but not compelling content. Well, not everything I do is smart. Just saying. Not everything is smart. Okay, a lot of it's dumb, but that's okay. Everyone gets to see me do the dumb. Hopefully they don't do it too. And if they do, well, I don't know what to tell you anymore. Like, if you're gonna do the dumb after seeing me do the dumb, okay. Like, just be like that. Do it. Hey, why is this here? I hooked you up. Oh, never mind. I'm not using this one anymore. Okay. I'm just gonna load up the world as being overpowered. Because realistically speaking, you're getting it last, so since you get it last, I can make it really powerful and not care too much. I was playing with the new tarot menu. I don't have any video recordings yet of how certain things work. Someone suggested video tutorials in the little thingy explaining how they work, but I don't know if you really want those every single time you open up the tarot menu with what you have selected. Then I would have to load a video every time. Seems like that'd be pretty slow. It might be like a short video, but still, it seems like it'd be pretty slow. But I'm thinking of having like, I guess the full text over here so you can actually really go over all three abilities. I could put a little blurb about what the cards mean over here. You know, like an actual, this is what the tarot card's actual meanings are from the what the tarot cards mean sites. And over here is the actual abilities that they have. I don't hate it. Or click that. I guess like my vertical box is usually really finicky and weird, making me not always want to use them. Corner's gonna be too big. I'll make it nice even numbers. Zero text on this one as well. Oh, actually, this is a full box, so box can be huge. I'm very what the other one said. I'll just copy paste some information into there. In the tutorial thingy. I'll try that. I still have to write all these abilities, so none of this stuff is finalized. It's more of just laying it out for how I think it should be. A spacer, I think, is in thing. All right. Yep. Oops. Sure. You are nav widget. Right, so you are nav widget app component. Right, nav component. Um, oh, great, a Unity person. Yeah, it's still used for mobile. Yeah, people say it all the time. It's good for mobile, it's good for 2D. I mean, because Unity is not really a 2D engine. But increasingly, as things get more powerful, Unity's falling away on the mobile market, but for now, it's got top dog. Obviously, for anything Steam related, you should use it, but or anything like for PC, because power. But if you're already using it, might as well keep going. Let's get the space in here too. Why am I making this anyway? I don't even know I'm making this. Only 3 thingies. Why don't I just put the 3 thingies in? Yep. Pretty much how it goes. Same things I hear every time. Not many people who actually are intentionally lining up to use Unity these days because the company behind it sucks. Okay, my 2 things in here too. They're not true 2D, but you can still make them in here. Because, you know, they're always in a 3D space, but you can have them on a 2D plane and it pans out basically the same, so I don't know why you would use Unity for much of anything, to be honest, but I see a lot of Unity streams. They don't usually get anywhere with their games, which is always interesting to watch. Just a lot of time and effort to do what's easy to do in Unreal Engine. Kind of been my assessment of it so far. I don't like doing C++ in Unreal Engine. It takes a long time to get to square one. I'd pick it for basically every project at this point. I'd be surprised if the high-end mobile games aren't also done in Unity. The Raid Shadow Legends, Honkai Star Rail type of thingies. These are the only ones I can actually name for the gotchas because they've been advertised to me a million times. I'm like, cool, bro. Don't care. I never like gotcha games. You gonna boot up, buddy? Oh, it was a compiler. My bad. Wasn't even watching. I'm not gonna waste my time with that thing. Falling down the rabbit hole of making additional widgets to do. It's only used in 3 points. There's no reason to have a widget for that. Extra work. been a long week. Feeling a long week. Yeah, okay, so it would just be those, and then I just put the ability. I think I'm okay with this layout here for those. And then just some information about it. Or potentially some sort of image or something. I'll also put blanks in here for that. Undercard's made in UE5 I've never heard of the game, but I mean, I think all the top, you know, like all the AAA companies or the bigger companies are switching to Unreal at this point. The cost to use it is essentially free unless they make over $1 billion on their project, which they probably will, but UE taking 5% of anything over $1 million is pretty inexpensive, all things considered. Yeah, that sound like it is. Hyper realistic shooter. Oh, okay. I think I heard some news about that. And it was. It doesn't even look like a game to me. I don't understand the appeal anymore. It looked like I was just watching some random news blurb off of like X or something. Like, what suspension of disbelief? Yeah, like, this could just be a news video. I'm gonna leave the sound off so I don't get copyright claimed. But I mean, like, it's cool how realistic it is, I guess, but this could be like a police body cam. So, I don't know. Yeah. I guess they already had a Detroit become human, so they can't make that joke again. It's like literally just looks like any random building in Detroit. You're playing as an ultra realistic human. It'd probably be cool for horror, I guess. I think if I was the ultra realistic, even then, I don't know. Like, maybe there's just some uncanny valley thing going on where now it's because I know it's not real. It doesn't. Something about it just doesn't excite me. It's just photographing cover images and camera, yeah. That's the camera, the character head. Your character animation, done, yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing, like, I don't like visuals if I could go outside and see it. To be fair, I live in a place that's much nicer than this scummy place that this person is in, so, you know, I would have to go somewhere scummy to see something this ugly, as far as, not the game's not ugly, but I mean, the location itself is ugly, obviously. But I don't know. I mean, this doesn't look like a bad game. Like, I mean, it looks like they did a good job on it. I don't see anything that looks like terrible about it. It just doesn't interest me, I think. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I think if it was $0 and Epic gave it to me, well, I still wouldn't play it. Who am I kidding? Just wouldn't have the interest. Struct tarot. Yeah. It's just like watching a news broadcast from a body cam. So, I expect to see a lot of games like it, and I'm sure people are going to like it, and hopefully the really stupid people don't think that they should do that in real life. There's a lot of real dumb people out there. Maybe we'll get lucky and that'll get it out of their systems and then they won't do it in real life. Glass half full, maybe. Hey, Philip Cook, how's it going? Which widget are we talking about? What? Were you talking about the ability selecting you had? Like this one here? Are you unfinished one? Yeah. Before. This one? Yeah, so, okay, yeah, so this one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I'm still making it because I want to put the abilities for each thing as they selected right there and everything like that. Originally I was going to have them down here. I'm probably going to have something else in like that. As for how... I guess if you got some time, you know? I wouldn't call it difficult. Mostly just handing information around. I locked all these, so I can't click them. Fair enough. I made a little widget tarot card thingy. And when you click on it, it takes its parent, finds its parent widget, and then I gave it an image variable, slate brush, and array position and name of item. Mostly this, I think it just hands the name of item now. And then the parent itself. Where's the parent at? Here you go, parent. Am I here? Apparently. So on Tarot Hovered, it just gets the information for it. It just goes, okay, cool. This position thing, I don't even use that, and then it just goes this menu info here, and basically it's a bunch of little widgets handing information around with interfaces. Would be the best way to describe it. I have like all these things sitting off to the side like an idiot. Why do I have them off to the side like an idiot? Thanks. And this one's just looking for a tarot description here. So it has a brush for it and everything I can just go look at. Function for it. Which is just this description. It's just basically a bouncing things around. Like I'd have to... I guess it's more complicated than it sounds, but it's... The menu system has kind of gotten to that point. That's true. Maybe I should do a video explaining how to make these things. I'm gonna start doing tutorial videos. People are saying I should. Probably not after, you know, working like 80 hours in the week and drinking some. I don't think my tutorial skills are particularly good at the moment. That's true. I slept like, I think 6 hours last night. That's good, right? That's enough. That's a number. Yes. Sort of a number. I'm trying to set this up for controllers, so I have to put these here as visible, but with the blank image if I don't have them. So what it actually has to do is... I'll clear these away because I have a million extra windows off to the side and it's messing me up. Our image slate brush. It's fine back then. Back sprite, sure. I think instead of setting them visible, I'm just gonna take this here. Get brush is always gonna work because it's set as a function, isn't it? Not sure this will be better or worse. But this, I'm gonna branch you. Is he fucking use a cinematic camera? Very fair. I'm just using the normal camera and you know, it works, but it doesn't have to do much either, so cinematic camera might be better. I haven't really looked into it, to be honest. I probably should. Yeah, might be a good idea. So I'm gonna leave that thing there, and we're hidden in those things there. You know, I could actually just do this all on there and not do it every time. And that'd be more optimal. Instead of it basically running on tick, which is what I'll be doing. I'm no longer going to make it hidden. I really never use event tick, like ever. I did it this way so I wouldn't have to tell each card to have a different special image for the empty one, which is golden. I do have to run each of these because they're checking for a different thing. I could create an array and then skip some stuff, I guess. Well, no, because I'm setting the visibility on different ones of these too, so I'd have to go through and change that. That's a lot of work for 3 times that I'm doing it. If it were like 10 times, I'd do it, but it's like 3. And I'm no longer setting this part here, so I can ditch this code. I'm no longer setting this one here, so we're just going to merge all that crap together. I could do an array for both and then loop it through them and do it. You could also have a map variable do it too. Where it has the name of item. But I don't want to type the name of item, so I actually just appended space and then the number for each of the ones there, so I wouldn't have to manually enter them. Like a champion. Like a champion. Each of these is different. Because it comes active if you have any of them. Wait. Now I have a better way to do this. Because if you have any version of the card I want it to show up, that's why there's 3 different checks, because there's 3 different versions of the card. And you can get them out of order, I guess. So far there's not any instance where you could do that, but I'm sure there will be later. So my plan here is to do this. And then... on construct, so this way what it'll do is when it's making the thing, it'll check it the 1 time. And I'll get rid of this stupid thing here that checks it over and over and over because I don't think it needs to constantly do that. That's weird. I've been pretty much informed that bindings suck because they're just on tick. And I guess to be fair, it's in the menu, so it doesn't matter that much. If it was on the HUD, it would matter a lot more. So I'll probably remove all the HUD ones in a second. That's true. Let's see how close I am to getting this to work on the first try. Anyway, so the ones that I don't have do have something different there, so that's a start. It seems like it's the wrong image, but it's a start, and I can't select them. Not that there's anything to select, so there's that. Just shows a blank card, fair enough. Chose the real card though. On HUD. These things are old, so they might not even be used anymore. I don't know. I have to look and see. I don't remember what is actually still being used. But some of it was from the original quick slot method. So I'm kind of going back through and finding things that have been not used in a while and getting rid of them. It's interesting that that's a problem. I get why this is the wrong image. I just duplicated it and forgot to finish out putting the back thing here, so that's true. Why are you squished? It's straight up a duplicated one. Everything else works just fine. I have to remind myself of the code on a lot of this stuff because I haven't looked at it in a bit. I mean, I move these around, but the code for moving those around is, oh wait, you just drag and drop them. So I have to remember myself how to do that. Where I sent all the information to. Description image brush. Oh, actually. Sure. I think I didn't just do it by names. This is before I learned about map variables. I'm taking a quick bio break. Let people stare at this guy or something. Right back.
sky was well worth the money. You just buy that asset that just does all the skies for you, and you never have to make a good sky, the ultra dynamic sky, because it's amazing. He still hasn't given me my shooting stars though. Pity. Comets and things. Oh my god. One day. Today a foot massage. Yeah. Every streamer should buy a foot massager. There's not under the desk one, so you just get a foot massage where you're doing game dev. Or whatever you're doing. Doesn't have to be game dev, I guess. Personally, I think I'd rather be doing game dev than most games, but this is just a string. Bloody one info. I need to go through and improve this convoluted system. Can I add a variable? Okay, good. Because it's so old and crappy, and when I wrote it, I was so proud of myself, but I didn't really write it in a way that was very easy to figure out what was going on. So at some point, I'm going back through and fixing all that as well, because there's a lot of game to go, and yeah. I don't want it to be all terrible for the whole game. On the plus side, the next game I do is going to have all this stuff be much easier, much better. I guess I don't really care if it's bound on these ones per se. Because, like I say, it's in the menu, and the menu already gets like 80 FPS or something stupid, so... Bio? This is a text, whatever. I'm still going to convert it over from the other. Did I already get the player character as a thing? I guess I could just convert them all to a variable, I suppose. Does it matter? Not really. Let's do this on one time here, and then I can just harvest the information. I'm not doing that. That's not where I want to do it. Event construct, huh? Sure. Part of it.
You're looking over there thinking I'm on a different one and I'm not. You're really working off the raid position and not having a name? That's horrible. Why did I do that? Is that really what I did? There's a name of item. I don't know why I didn't see the name of item. I guess I'm just blind. Awesome. Thanks, Graham. Always appreciate the lurk. Hopefully when you went through all those lines of code, it was really not so bad. I don't know if you did it or not tonight, but I do recall mentioning you had quite a bit to go through. It was disturbingly not about waifus, so, you know. It was sad. Really sad. Let's start over. I mean, it gets the job done, I get. Well, that actually doesn't get the job done, does it? Huh. Nobody liked it anyway. There you go. Just table flip it and head home kind of thing, you know? Like, all right, I'm out. You just flip it. You're like, oh, you see. Oh, get Terra menu info. Reminding myself how I went about this one. Has to be on hovered. It sends the name of the item. I have a hovered Terra. Holy crap. Yep. Menu info. Target is Terra menu. Oh, it's just hovered. Ah. It's just pulling from itself. That's weird. Thinks I hate it. Keep doing that. I have the currently hovered widget here. The currently hovered widget has access to item, I think. From BPI menu. Okay, well, let's change this here. I'm just seeing now the ridiculous mess I have going on here, and I hate everything about it. Like the same with my Python code. There. Off the boat with it. If it doesn't, like, you know, resemble Italian food, it's not proper coding. Let no one tell you different. Or at least it's not as delicious. Ontario hovered, Ontario unhovered. Why am I caring about unhovered? Okay. On hovered. Oh. Okay, I just want tarot name. I usually just can't strings around, so tarot name. Do I need a reference to itself? There. Yes. I don't know if I need that. Alright, name of item is actually what it's called, but... Am I blind? I might be blind. Okay, and on these I put in the name of item, right? Not being silly? I did. For like Spitty? Exactly, it's delicious. I think it was actually outside the it's a post server I made in Python, so my AI can communicate with you. That sounds like so much extra work. It might not be so much extra work. It might actually be what you're supposed to do in whatever situation, but without knowing anything, I just assume it's a lot of extra work and then I would hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Alright, anyway. It's taking me longer than I expected, but having to figure out my old code is kind of the issue here. So, I'm doing it this way to remind myself. What to do. So, Ontario hovered. Yes. I don't know if I know if I need that, but and then so I just need this. And instead of having individuals there, I think what I'll do is I'll just set a variable on them. Gemini is your friend? That's fair. Hey man, I almost never use Google for searching anymore. For anything besides Google Docs and their Google Drive. I don't use AI for a whole lot anymore. I shall use AI in general for the most part. But I don't use Google for a lot. True. So true. Alright, I keep clicking over there. I'm just not paying attention to what I'm doing here. Did I set up functions for each of those? I tried using Grok at one point to tell me a story. Kept having you try to make a better and better version of the story. It never really did. Just to see if it could make a top tier story or not. Suppose it's fair. I really don't have a use for them. I mean, my game's too complicated for it to really help with code, so it's like, cool, but... eh. Actually, why am I not just setting text? Why am I even setting a binding on these? Yeah, this is just stupid. There's just a way better way of doing this. I blame the alcohol. Clearly, I haven't had enough of it. Or the bindings. I don't know, well, maybe at some point I'll find a use for AI for something. It has to have a use somewhere. I have to set these as a variable, don't I? Yeah. The text is what I want to set as a variable. I haven't checked to see if I actually clicked variable. I just looked over here and clicked it and clicked that. I didn't even successfully set it. Nice. Gotta replace my mouse. It's pretty trash these days. Re-release retext. Suppose it's fair. AI is good for coding simple things. The bigger the project, the harder, the more it suffers. It isn't very good at what it does, but it can do that. I'm gonna have a different thing here, so I'm probably getting rid of this one here. I don't. This whole system is. Can you let me select it, buddy? Make everything strings, so just let it convert over, whatever. A terrible person. Fine. I mean, it just gets beyond its ability to do the code. Like, this game is so far beyond AI at this point because of how many different things are, so many things are, wheels are out there that it doesn't understand any of it. Like, it can't account for everything yet. So that's why I haven't found it to be very useful, because I'm just so far beyond much of what it can do. Like, it can tell me a simple thing if I really want it. So far, the AIs have usually been wrong in their coding whenever they've suggested things, but it's usually at the top of a search where I'm just searching for the code myself, and then the AI tries to chime in and offer an answer that's hopefully helpful. And then it's not, and I'm like...
Like I say, it just can't account for all these blueprints and everything like that. There's too many things. It's so far beyond it. AI is good for real simple stuff. It doesn't code itself well, and it doesn't code big projects well, but it codes little things pretty good. A full-on game like this, could it try to solve? Well, the problem is it has to account for too many things. So at this point, it has a near impossible time. The prompt would have to be like 20 pages long. No, it shouldn't be longer than that. I'd have to include all the blueprint code, or I'd have no idea. It'd be ridiculous. Yeah, it's fine for simple things. Problem is I don't have any simple things to code. I'm coding this. Basically this. I don't have spare time. I code this. That's what I do in my free time. I work on this. That's all I do. I have no life. I know this. Other projects? Nah, bro. I ain't about that thug life. No. What's the problem, buddy? What aren't you happy about? Aw. Did I upset you? Oh. Oh. Why did I do it like this? And more importantly, didn't I just get rid of all that code? Why is it on Widget Tarot as well?
This isn't even used. They don't care about it one bit. I forgot it was even there. It's connected to a bunch of other crap I don't even want. I switched my menu over to a different menu system when I got the UI nav stuff, so better controller support without the extra work. Is it? Nice. Oh, there you go. See, boom, appears over there. I'm putting this information down here, but also I haven't put in the other information for these other ones either, too. So you know, there's that. But however, I don't want you to know what the abilities are until you've gotten it. I gotta update the social stream thingy. Also, I should probably check the YouTube to make certain it's oh no, they managed to do it. I found out that when you do the YouTube on there, the auto find and activate does not work right for the social stream ninja. It does not work right at all. Like, it looks like it works, but then text messages or then messages from the chats don't come through. But if you manually select it yourself, then it works. So I definitely was like, oh, I had that problem like 3 different days where I just missed people's messages on YouTube because of it. That's right. Your fault. Ah. You get blamed then. Yes, get blamed. I don't know. I don't even have actually the latest version, so it's not even like there's a new version that's like a little bit newer, so I need to get that one. Yeah. I just haven't had time to download the new version and set it up just in case it messes anything up. Because I haven't had time to reset it up if it messes up. I also need to set up streaming to some other sites too over the weekend when I have more free time to do it. Might as well, because I mean, seems like I get a lot more views if I diversify. About that. That's fair. I wouldn't worry too much about it, because like I said, I'm like a version or 2 behind anyway, so they might have already fixed it. I'm in, but I'm in like I'm using 2.45 right now, but 2.47 exists, so it might have been fixed. It's a great program. I mean, you know, it missing the occasional text message is not the worst thing in the world. I was working on this here. Oh yeah, I'm not using the website because I didn't even know there was a website at the time, and the plugin seems very convenient and useful. Like, I have a little programmer like that, so it seems pretty good. The standalone. Yeah, a little standalone app. There aren't many times where I want to use a website over the app if there's an app for it. At least for something like, you know, streaming stuff. So there are some exceptions, I guess. Actually, I don't know if there are any exceptions. I can't name any, so maybe there aren't any exceptions. They might exist. I won't rule it out, but... This needs to send over if it's active or not. Yeah. This way it doesn't spoil what it does in advance. Yeah, that's fair. I imagine it's not terribly different. I mean, it's probably close to the same code. I don't know how it is with web pages. I'm very likely to accidentally close web pages. I don't usually accidentally close programs, but web pages have lots of browsers open and things, and stuff happens. Yeah. All right, so we're checking if this is active here, and then over here. Let's do this. I guess it'd be a little neater if I did it this way. Yeah, it's definitely a great program. Can't wait to test it out on some of the other sites out there too, because I definitely plan to stream to more than a few sites. If my connection can handle it, might as well. Oh, wait. I need 3 different actives, don't I? I guess I do. Because there's 3 different descriptions. And just setting them all active there isn't going to get the job done. There's only 22 cards. While they have additional abilities, it doesn't show different versions of the cards just because you have more abilities. It just shows more, like the little circles below them. To show which ones you have of those abilities, and then, which I might change out later, but for now is what it does. It has the same card every time. I'll probably come up with a better method for this later, but for now. This is kind of jank. This is borderline close enough where I almost want to make a, you know, some sort of a loop for it, but it's only 3 of them, so it's like
So close. Do you have auto-find activators? That's the thing, like, well, at least in the version I have, the auto-find and activate for YouTube does not work right. Like, it says it works, and it sort of works. But the problem is that people will text, people will put messages in the YouTube chat, and it doesn't always show. So far, by having it manually selected, it worked throughout the night. I haven't tested it recently. I guess I could do a quick test anyway. That test over in that one. That showed up. So if I just like manually undo it, which is only one stream anyway, so it's not like it's, you know, some amazing trouble or anything. It works then, but otherwise it has problems so far for me. Had problems every night actually. But like I say, I am like, you know, on 2.45 instead of 2.47, so it could be fixed. So I don't really want to be like, oh yeah, it's broken, and then just have it be I just haven't updated yet. So. I'm a pretty busy guy. Probably at the end of the week, I'm probably a lot more cross and less nice than I was at the start of the week because I'm so tired. But it is what it is, you know? I want to get the game made. I realize it's going to take a minute or 12. Really? Well, the thingy says download new version here, and it says version 0.2.47. That's interesting that it's that far ahead because, you know, I downloaded it last weekend. I was like, oh, new things. It definitely made my day. I don't know why this in a special thingy. It should probably just, maybe it's in multiple locations or something. I don't know. I ain't gonna sweat it. You know what I could do? Interesting. Well, that's good to know. I'll check. Maybe it's just telling the old version because I have an old version. I don't know. Surprising though. But no, for the game here, I could actually have clues listing for where it is. I guess give hints. Or I can try not found. Fine. Why are you launching ES Visual Studio? Who cares? No, you. Missing. Real fast. As in fact. Let me put it up here. I see where this is going. I think it's bigger and bigger as I keep adding to it, but it's just nice to have all the tarot card information in one spot. It's enough to deal with it.
Guess I could just sequence it. Kinda does make life a little easier. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of nod my head and smile. Smile pretty for folks. Yeah. This strat was way better a moment ago. Pretty bad now. Job 1, make the code work. Job 2, make the code work better. Probably. Might be a way to make this better, it's true. I'm not saying there isn't, but there probably is. That being said, I'll get to it when I get to it. It's pretty ugly though. Definitely Italian food. Oh. I'll avoid crossing lines if I don't have to. Oh, I see. I clicked the button, I guess not. They're not saying not found though, which is interesting. It's also showing the correct picture, which is awful. Just to double check. I did delete the little text stains, right? Yeah, sure. Play it sets text just fine. actually. Nothing was ever setting them to inactive, so. Am I gonna use this? Oh, I probably don't. Does make it easier to see stuff. What I can see makes it a lot easier. A bit helpful here. Let's have like one or two. Anyway, so if I have tarot card 1, tarot card 2. Sure, well, I'm gonna print string this. I don't know how useful this will be because of the fact that I have so many to go through, but we'll look. Well, it would have helped if I did this and actually connected it up, you know? Mouse is getting crappier and crappier. All three judgments are false. Looks fine to me. That part's not wrong. Right, by the way. Need to oil this thing or something. Get a little Wasn't quite stuck under it. But some help. I just didn't write it in there, huh? Okay, I thought I did. Huh. I should say not found on those ones there, but it's saying it on if the third one's the only one I don't have, it doesn't say it. But it says it fine there, which means I must have misset up something on that. Yeah, right there, I just put the wrong text thing. No, I didn't. Weird. Active 1, active 2, active 3. This will prevent it from showing up the picture. Oops. Guess I could add a multi-turn array. This is puzzling here. Excuse me. Yeah, if the third ability is missing, it doesn't show it. But if the second ability is also missing, then it's fine. It's weird. That shouldn't be how it works, because it's a sequence and they're all doing them individually. And it's not based on if this one sees that one or not one, so that seems bizarre and weird. I'd have to put all three of these variables. Since each one of these is different, it kind of messes it up a bit. So I could put a boolean, a string, and a thing on there, and then have a What's the text object reference? Sure. Let me see if I reference that right. Sure. I don't know what's going on about. I'm gonna add the stuff in a second. That's so dumb. After hey, crafted trains, pretty good. I was just marveling how connecting this up to target on these causes an error, but if I promote this to a variable and connect a variable up to this, UI's fine with it. Sometimes UI's a little weird, you know? Just saying, UI's a little weird. Oh my god. Yep. I don't know. But the funny part is, it's still technically blank. It's still a variable. It was just a functions variable versus another variable. Very weird. Seems like a bizarre way to do things, but it does seem to work now, and that's all that matters. I'm going through and clean in some crap. I'm trying to solve a mystery of why something doesn't quite work. After drinking a lot, so it makes it only easier. Drinking and recording is always easier. I know I tell you different. Yeah, yeah. They're not going to rework themselves, despite my best efforts to the contrary. I've been hoping they'll rework themselves. I mean, just imagine how much lazier I could be if they did all the work for me, right? It's the kind of struggle I'm willing to put up with. Yeah. Oh, that error is so annoying. Can I select them all, please? Thank you. That's just bugging me. Close enough. I could have variabled that one to make it a little cleaner, I guess. I gotta write a bunch of descriptions and everything, so I haven't really done that yet. There's this bizarre error where if I have the third version of a card, it doesn't say the card hasn't been found. Actually, if I have the first two, it doesn't say the third one hasn't been found, even though I don't have it. But if I have only the first one, it says the two are found. If I have none of them, it says none of them are found. If I have all of them, then obviously they're all found. So I'm not sure why this is happening. There doesn't seem any logical reason why, but there must clearly be something interesting going on. It displays them all if I have them. Like, if it unlock that works, at least there's that. I have to go through and rewrite a bunch of crap. Also, for some reason, these ones are squished, and I don't know why. I'm sure there's a good reason. They are squishied. Squished. Wonder if the sprite itself is just squished. Finished creating an interaction system for alchemy plans. Using data assets and interfaces. All selectors to populate data assets. Nice, nice. Sounds like you accomplished something exciting. I suppose like some kind of video of it or something. I can look at it. If you're in the Discord, I'd say just post it there. If you're not in the Discord, well, you can post it here too, potentially. But I could look. I'm on the tail end of my 80-hour work week with alcohol in me already. So my work speed is not as fast today as other days. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's all right. Yeah, I think that my issue here is actually that it's just squished funny. Yeah, it's just squished funny, because these ones are a different size. Well, this one's a better size than that one. That one's a little weird off, I guess. Not by much, so I think I need to go through and adjust it or make a new one. Sometimes you have to open up the Discord itself and put it on there. I've found that whenever you click on links like that, I mean, the link is fresh and an infinite link, so it should work. But people have talked about problems like that no matter how many times I put the link in there. So if you just go into open up Discord and manually put the invite in there, usually it works better. I often have the same problem when I try to go to a web page version of it. Could be browser dependent. I use Brave Browser, and Brave Browser hates those links so much. Oh my god. That looks like it worked. Yeah, I don't know why the web one works so crappily. I've been trying to find it for a while, just the reasoning behind it. But like I say, it could be browser dependent. I guess I do have other browsers on there. I mean, I could use like Chrome or something to test an invite. I have Chrome around for when nothing else works. I finally open Chrome. Also because the YouTube backend works better with Chrome.
It works a lot better with Chrome. I guess Incarnate, when I was using it, also worked better with Chrome. That's true. Yeah.
Could use the regular brush too. It doesn't have to be that either. It could just be the texture thing. You might also work better. Nice like that. Gonna explode. I think I should go resize the image. I'll have to pull it out, resize it, and then put it back in. Yeah, I just gotta resize it. Fine, fine, fine. Probably only takes to do that. Actually, this one, plus I guess this one. Oh. Cancel that one. I actually want just a regular tarot card. Why did I make all these brushes? That's weird. Don't look different sizes. And they aren't different sizes. So then, why? Why does that one do that, but not these ones? And they're pretty identical. third size difference. Why does it? But then here, when you turn into a sprite, it does that. Sprite. This one's fine. It even has the same weird squished look too. That you would expect. Yeah, you can force delete that. It's only got a memory reference. They're all using the same thing. They're all a widget tarot card thingy that they're all one of these widgets here. Which is why I'm kind of surprised, because they all have identical stuff. I moved that one out like an idiot. Armed with identical crap. I'm a bit surprised it's doing what it's doing. Really? I just skip this and ran each one of there. I probably should do that way anyway. Whatever. Set it now. Whatever. Add to the list of dumb crap to come back to. Blank. Menu are squished. Yeah. Well, sometimes if I don't have an easy answer to something, like it just doesn't make any real sense why when the things have identical everything that it would do that, I just, you know, come back to it later. And something is more sensible, you know? But because I have a whole list of things I gotta work on anyway. And I could spin my wheels over something that's largely not that important, or I could just move on. Come back to it when I have a better idea and do it then. You know? Yep. People fixate on some problem that's not really that big of a deal and fix it later. I might break up the magician abilities. Right now I can manipulate objects in the environment, but the picking up and throwing things is like, it's like a bunch of abilities all thrown into one. Also, I wrote it earlier. So having two completely unique abilities on it is kind of weird. These are all temporary placeholders anyway. Doesn't even all fit. I guess I stopped typing maybe. Yeah, I'd actually break it up. It should be like a middle mouse button option or something like that, like, you know, a traversal ability and then an attack ability. I'm gonna do that. Break it up. Break it up, everyone. Break it up. Unless I plan on giving it something else. But picking up and carrying objects is somewhat different than, you know, opening drawers and things like that. Unless I can think of another ability it does. So I can make the next ability pick up and throw objects. Is there any... Oh, but no, you'd need it earlier than that. It's already coded into being used in the game. Damn. Damn indeed. I can always change it later, but for now, it can just sit in there. I have so much writing to do. UI stuff seems like the least impressive stuff when you do it. Like it's so little interesting about it. From a visual perspective, it's kind of sucky. I have ability too, but that's not working the way it should. I have the card. Oh. I think I see the problem here. Okay. This is about to get ugly. I need this. Does he really? I don't need ability info 1, 2, and 3. I only need ability info. Yeah. I wrote it in a way that was dumb. Sure, it only has one picture of a card, and it pulls that one picture of the card from basically the first ones. But the abilities are all pulled from the individual ones, so it makes no sense to have where it's at. And I foolishly put them all in the first version of the Fool instead of multiple versions, so it led to some problems that just shouldn't be. So I have to get each version of these things. And this one's going to be a 2 every time. I'm just going to pull the card image from that one to make it easier. I guess I could do that instead, make it less cleaner or something. This crap over there, I don't know if it's cleaner per se, but it is what it is. Okay, just do this and say so I can move it at once. The bug is really weird. And kind of annoying. From Poppet. This is where I made the mistake. What's the problem? Deal with those later, I don't care right now. Yeah, the third one does not say ability not found. Or the card's not been found, unless the second one does. They're not connected together. In fact, they're just running a macro. And they did it before the macro as well. Thought for certain this would fix the problem. Means how I had it wrong in the first place, but they're all different. A weird problem. Menu. Seconds. Second one doesn't say the variability. Blank. Don't have it. Also already have the second ability. I have to write so many more tutorials and everything. Mostly it's just about getting everything in place so that I can write what everything is about. Versus what I'm doing now. Mostly the AIs are pretty good at this point. I guess I could add sound effects. I never done that in a bit. I've done that in ages, actually. I'll leave the menu later. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast, and then I'll get to dealing with that stuff. Yeah, I'll be right. Forgot what I said I wasn't going to work on. Yeah, it's fair. So what do I still have to do? Besides write a bunch of crap, but clearly I ain't doing that right. Yeah, I ain't doing the audio options right now. Does it actually charge curse while doing this? I thought I fixed this. Let me double check that I fixed that. Oops. Activate? It does not do that. I did fix it. I figured I did. I could give it a different attack when you activate the super. Like a spin or something you can do. I thought I already had an animation for that. I should actually just convert all these into their own graphs. Rather than have this giant mess that's just ridiculous. Because, you know, it's a lot. Notion can help you to tasks faster and better, and it's also free. What does it do that would help out over just having a list of things that I need to do that I keep updating? Like, also the reason I forgot what I was doing now is I just like 80-hour work week already, and I've been drinking. So between the two of it, I'm just not as on top of things as I could be. But yeah, I don't understand what it would do that's any different. Ooh. Right, playing collaborate with a little help from AI. I don't understand why I would do these things. Honestly, I should just be doing this and then doing this like this. And collapsing all this into a thing. Six. Really? On top of that? That works too. I'm definitely tired of having a million things all over the place and having to figure it out. Could be numbering them. Dumb. That's 3. I have to make my own tarot deck at some point too. for the game. It can be sweet. Where did it pick all that crap up? Really? I just wrote it myself. I was being lazy. Just 22 graphs. That's all I want. That's all. These are all over attacks, so. I know I didn't do this ages ago. Also, my mouse isn't working. Why is mouse not working? You're a terrible mouse. I need to replace you. I don't know which one I was on now. That's how bad it is. Aerofant, sure. Being lazy. Where is it? Okay, it worked that time. Copy paste caused a problem there where it's like, oh, I've not renamed something else this, but not the. I don't know. Sometimes Yui does a lot of weird crap. You get used to it after a while. There are so many of these things. Am I really sure I want to have 66 total abilities in my game? Imagine you're a good guy. Not too much at the moment. Decided I would finally convert all these over into their own graphs because I have so many of them. And I'm gonna have, like, you know, 3 abilities for each one of them, so gonna get kind of messy. Oh. need to work on a flying AI too. I was working on my tarot menu, which I've retooled to be more like a what are those things called? Like one of the circular weapon selecting things. Can't remember what they're called now. Like, I want my game to be much worse. Quick, convert it over to that. That'll do it. Nah, I think I'll pass. So how's stuff going with you? Sure, why not? Why does it bleep you out? I don't even have anything on to stop people from saying things. Oh, you actually put the stars yourself. Okay. I was like, I don't have any sensors. What? It's about to be all weirded out. At least none that I know of, unless Twitch defaults them on. Yeah, I was all confused. These are things I do not know. Tired of fighting with all these menu things here. This really should have been a long time in coming. Honestly, I'm gonna put them up higher. Well, I guess I don't have to. Also, I just wanted to say the High Priestess. I don't need additional anything. I'm good. I know what they do. All right. What we got here? If I successfully copied just the link and not the time along with it, that would probably help immensely. Oh, nice. Looking pretty good. Pretty good. Seems pretty good. Yeah, I noticed there's no sound afterwards, but that's okay. I mean, my life's ruined, but I guess I'll live. Oh, it seems like it's coming along. You can get behind it. UI work is unforgiving, to say the least. Like, there's just nothing good about it, and that people usually don't think it's that interesting to look at, and it just, it's necessary. It just takes a long time. Way better because the old one looked like Donkey Dookie. There's a bunch of buttons, and after looking at other games, you rather notice there aren't any buttons. I like selections, that's fair. I'm old school. That's my explanation for everything. I guess I should play new games so I can know what they even look like anymore. Yeah. Might be a good idea. Of course, the game I thought about playing was, you know, the remake of Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which is not a new game. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I'm old school, that's all I know. That's all I know. I'm sure I'll end up looking at some AAA games UI ideas and just clone something that looks good. I mean, I've already got my own UI stuff, so, you know. But to be honest, most of the AAA games these days aren't very good, so maybe I shouldn't be cloning anything they do. That's true. What happens when you hire people who aren't very good at their jobs? They make crap. And then you're like, neat. Why do I have those? I don't even know. Oh yeah. Like I would make my own, you know, graphical thing. I wouldn't just have boring blank text in a box or boring text in a box. That's just gross. You know, I ain't saying my stuff's gonna be the most beautiful, but hopefully it's more beautiful than that. God. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, just I want my stuff to look a little better than that. It's kind of low quality, you know? So many tarot abilities. I don't even know why I'm putting these giant names on them. I don't even need it anymore. It already says on the graph. I'm just gonna ram them next to each other, and it'll be really easy to spot which one's which, right? The other things were there because I had all that code. It made it hard to tell. Of course, lately I've been using materials on my text, so my text looks much cooler. Maybe not always more readable. It's usually fairly readable, but... definitely better. When you put them all next to each other and see just how many abilities are really in the game, and then realize each of these has to house 3 unique gameplay abilities. And now there's so many more to go, because I haven't done them all yet. Most of them don't have the other abilities though. At least now I have a plan to have double the content with half the work. Well, maybe not half, but maybe like 60-70% of the work. So I'll save after all that crap. Oops. This is just huge. This is what I'm talking about. There's too many things. Too many things. Can't even find them. There's so many of them. I like this whole thing, so they all inside there so I can grab the star without having problems. And this ability that didn't even work right, and I'm probably not gonna keep, but that's okay. 013, death. Try to drag him all the way across here. Did you just decide to not count? Sure, nice. Arrow 18, the moon. Arrow 19, the sun graph. It's not even in the judgment graph, but that's okay. I'm just gonna put a thing for it anyway. There's not even a node. It happened. Fun fact, the devil was actually the first one I made. And I also am replacing it, but it was the first one I made. So, of all the ones, if you had to guess, that's the one. I didn't read what this one was. That's all little and paying attention around the tower. Okay, I haven't made the tower yet. Oops. There are a lot of abilities here. Holy crap. Okay, well. And this is why I was doing this, because look at how many stupid things are here. Ask yourself, how ugly would that have looked with all 66 abilities made? Looks ugly with just grass. Just saying. That's only 7. There's 22 of them. There's gonna be no perfect number set up here, unfortunately. But be a little better. 1,000 times more possible to find stuff. Yeah, the weight of Poppet's code, that she has like graphs upon graphs of everything. She is the game, for all intents and purposes. It's a lot of code. She's a lot of code. These exist. They don't work right, but they exist. I was looking at flying AI, that's right. I consider putting these on pipes. I'm gonna take a sidetrack and put those on pipes real fast just to see if I think they're cooler on pipes. I think they might be. Like a bent pipe setup here. They could also just float, doing nothing. That's also an option, I guess. Weird floaty head things. But a pipe hooked from the ceiling might be cooler? Would it? Something along these lines. I'm gonna just browse to it and then put it on there. I wasn't gonna do sound effects, that was the other one I want to work on. Well, want's a strong word. It's something I need to work on. Maybe it gets worked on immediately, maybe not. Well, you know what I could also just do then is put them in their own little blueprint, like just put the pipes in the blueprint. And then just put pipes in the back of their head or something like that. Almost like this idea better. course, if I do that, then this whole thing will rotate. Am I doing that? Alright, switching it back in a second so I can be lazy about it a little. Let's see. No. That's not anyway. Wait. No. I want. On a winder on its head. some point, if the game doesn't just get me on a list for being completely weird and crazy and making all this stuff, I probably didn't do a good job, right? That how it works? I should probably want to aim up, don't I? Better like out like a snake. So I do kind of like the snake version, as opposed to, but the problem is out here they would have nothing to really latch onto. Let's say I get rid of this here. We do kind of like them with the weird little snake thingy. Now they remind me of an actual snake. Also, it could be a platform of sorts. Can I jump that high? Oh. Ow. Some people. Some people's children. That'd be really hard to jump on. But now I'm convinced there should be some kind of a ledge. Right? There might be multiple versions of them. I don't know what they do, but... perhaps a ledge you can attack. If it tries to do something to you. And that's standard. I should have made it a BP NPC and then done all that crap off that. But I will build it first and I'll decide what I'm doing. Though it probably should always be an NPC because then I can just do that. Of course, we're just really just things to look at. These are our platforms now. I have an idea. To give him like with a like back thing on here or something like that, just have a bunch of them. I don't know if I like this idea or not, but that's why I'm going to build it and then see if I like it. Okay, now I want it to be a centipede. I'm just saying. Like a centipede-little enemy chasing after you sounds amazing. Tell me it doesn't. I mean, seriously. Clearly it would be the chosen one. Those are really hard to jump on. Probably why. I can't put complex on these because I use them. I blow them up for physics. Fine. I'll move the one closest to its head. I think that's not enough. Now it's a platform. And having weird doll heads everywhere is basically now my bread and butter for what I just do in life. Unfortunately, that also means that these things have it too. If I did that, so I can't really necessarily do this, can I? I need to make a separate doll head. Mistakes were made. It's okay. Let's go here. Let's dupe this like a champion. Platform with a capitalized L. It's very platform. Thanks for follow, Max 82,764. I'd even say thanks to RBZ 710 TT, or did I guess I did. Did I? I don't know. Well, thanks for following. You know, if I didn't. Anyway, how was your day or night going, Max? And more importantly, are you a game dev? We love game dev. So to fix this problem here of them sticking out there. I guess I don't want anything on them, so I'm just gonna not do that. And I'm gonna replace this other one with the doll face platform, so this way they're not all sticking through the thing. Yeah. I delete from this one, and then I just take the platform one over there. Maybe I put a platform amongst all of them too. That could be a thing. Don't question it. Just assume it's the right call. I mean, imagine if it was an enemy. With like little centipede legs. They will make a centipede one eventually. Not right now though. Right now I'm just making platforms. But later on, the doll centipede will be a thing. Never question it. Or do. You can question if you want. You probably should question it. It's kind of a little weird. I kind of jumped a lot. I know where I was for a second there. Instead of having an Empress thing here, I could just have these on the wall instead here, which is kind of cool. I started to kind of have a puzzle here. Mostly they're just looking at you, but they can also be platforms in the other area too. More alcohol will help. I don't know if that's true, but I'm doing it anyway, so that's fine. There's not much purpose in these yet. I like having these on here. There's not a big purpose. Of course, these kind of stick in things all weird. I'm definitely gonna use these for weird platforms later. That definitely seems like me. They're pretty effective for platforms too. I wonder if they need some spinning gears or something. The game's not as fun with the world enabled. It's obviously amazing for testing, but these could be smaller too. Like, they don't gotta be this size, right? They could be little versions. Make it harder to jump on. So the big ones are kind of nice because they're like a big platform thingy, so that's kind of cool. I could add a spline on them and then have the spline be something I edit each time, so this way I can make them able to be like more of a snake. double jump makes this possible, but and I can even change the head colors if I want. Which is really important. I don't know why. And if I want to. Oh, 36, Jesus. That'd be huge. Huge mungus. Thank you. Let's say I make it where you have to get up onto a thing here. If I include the chair there, it's kind of obnoxious to get at or dyers, whatever, so. But they should do something. I don't know what yet. But they should do something. Standing in the dark is rough business. Oops. I was hoping to hold alt. Yeah? Okay. If I keep this, I need to make it where she can get in there. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure I want to keep this particular thing because it seems like it'd be really difficult to jump inside of that. Not to mention I have to put the grab stuff on there. The whole thing. But also things that are just really hard to get into, like it sucks because you can't really, you'll just jump and hit your head on the way out and it's just kind of, it doesn't play as well as you might think. So, is that simple collision like the chosen one or something? What am I seeing here? Looks pretty good. Oh, plus one sub, nice. I'm still working on my mission to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube, so YouTube will help pay for my game. So if anyone isn't subbed, wants to help a guy out on YouTube. I mean, if you want to sub on Twitch, it's fine too, but I mean, that would always be great, but yeah. Help me score some of that Big Daddy YouTube money there, so that my game might be even cooler. If not for me, then for the disembodied heads that are littering the wall. Sure. I actually want to do this in the dark because I'm probably cool looking. You double jump team get up to him. Isn't that an exciting image? That's hard to do. Oops. You don't count as a light in this room, do you? Did I break it? Well, first off, what's the room thingy say? In fact, it does say Charlotte's bedroom. Okay. Missing your tag or something? You have the tag light. I'm in light and it's subtracting sanity. Wow. It's nothing to do with this then, and everything to do with something on Poppet being wrong. So if true, go to this, sure. Versus then goes up to here, and damage and all that, okay. If false, go to here. If true, go to this. But if false, go to here. You see the sun is not active, if so. If false. Like sun's not active there. On darkness. In darkness. Probably it. It's kind of a lot of ifs, ands, or buts on this one. All the things that can affect whether or not you gain sanity or not. Perfect. Those heads are in the way. It's almost like they're mocking me. Just look at all of them. It's like a Discord image waiting to happen right there. Add everything to my Discord that's crazy looking. That is a crazy looking image, to say the least. Also a crazy looking image. I think the problem is that I need to reassign the change how these are set up a little bit so they're easier to reach, because you won't have double jump here, so not having double jump does make a big difference. I don't know where these are going yet, but they're going somewhere. Be a huge one. Huge mungus. Also, I might just want a table there or something. Drop on their head. They get really confused and don't like you very much. Like, oh god, what's happening? Well, that jump should be possible, maybe? I don't know. So if I get rid of the stuff in front of here, which is like a normal table there, so you can't reach it easily, or block the sides. Could put cupboards on it too. Probably should put something on these stillages so that they have, you know, a way to grab them. At some point I'm going to put these inside of a thingy so that they're not so ridiculous. Or like, you know. How many resources are you using? Do I want to further split this room? I know it's very big. But any room that Charlotte moves around would have to be huge. I don't even know why these chairs are still here. I don't even like them here. They were just throwback from a different time. I'm sure I want these because you can't grab them. They're not, there's a reason I switched to all square tables because the thingy doesn't grab very well on these sides. I could set it up to be able to grab the sides, but it's a great deal more effort and it's sort of very finicky. Because I did it for this out here too. But the difference is you need like 1,000,000 level block traversables for it instead of one. So it's like horribly resource intensive for not a huge gain. I guess a little variety, but probably just have a different square table and probably get the same thing done. Same kind of true with these desks and things too. I want something creepy in here, like besides the dolls and the weird centipede doll thingies and like the desk is so benign and boring. Like a lot of this crap. I want to get the bouncy bed because, you know, it's a bouncy bed. I'm just an argument on whether or not I shrink this room. I probably don't though. I mean, it's tough for Charlotte to move around otherwise. She's so big. I do have a crawl after you too, which does kind of make it a little harder as well. I'm pretty reticent to use these chairs and things though. And the stools. I'm just gonna stick with the tables that work everywhere rather than make a new table that's not that much better and yeah, plus it's also a steampunk table, it's perfect. Not how useful light is on that, but well, thanks another guy. It's I'm working on it. I need a lot of creepy going on in here. I need other pictures of Charlotte when she was alive because I wanted to be, you know, lots of ways to remember her not being dead. Ah yes, they're exciting. I've been working on the little, like, you know, the platform ones as well. Let's not land right there, I'll end up dying. Yeah, I decided I needed platforms. And so these ones have little platforms behind them. And they watch. Everyone watches. I'm just saying. Everyone watches. Unfortunately, they're not in a very good distance from each other. So I didn't recharge these ones either because now their batteries like all low on them. But yeah, working on this room, I'll have to make sure that do something in this room on like platforms to go over things, maybe pipes or something to keep with you. I don't even know how she'll attack in this room. Originally in the story though, I had like, you had help here. Location's brilliant. Show the blueprint anytime. Oh, you want to see the blueprint? It's called the game animation sample. it's really good. You should definitely make use of it. It's conveniently hidden in a place that anyone can access. I will link it. I added to it, but for the most part, what you're actually looking for is this glorious thing right here. Right there. I will link it in both chats. It's free. Very worth. Comes with like 500 movement animations. And then I just take my own stuff and I usually just blend it about the pretty much at her, like, I believe at her hips or something. Maybe it might have been, actually I think it was her lower abdomen. That's where I've been blended at. She's a Daz character, so she has unusual an unusual bone structure. So it's basically just the normal sandbox thingy. Only in here I did a bunch of blending instead. I keep seeing battery low, it's so obnoxious. But yeah, like, the animations are just retargeted based on, you know, the other thing like that. Like, this is why I blended her pose, right? You know, normal thing like that. But layer blend per bone and spine too. Oh, that's right, yeah, because it's based on this one here. And then for her, she's a character on top of it. And she's using the generic retargeter, which comes with it. And I believe I simply added one thing, the accurate target map there. I added Daz to it. The Daz 8 retargeter. And then went over to Poppet and gave her the tag for it. Daz 8 retarget, so it would know. And then from that point on, she could use all those. And then I need to blend the top half of her with things and have different, you know, the various overlays here that I have set up. The various things like that, and then each of the overlays just blending into things with the main pose catched here, so I can just merge it into everything I need. And default slot up here for reasons right here and here. And that's kind of about it. Everything else is just, you know, there's like, you know, blend spaces for the weapons, sure, but it's only the top half of the body being used. You know, like, there's a million little things for this hangman thingy for all the stuff, but can't even see all the names because there's a million of them. Yeah, using the top of that, I can pretty much do whatever. And then the whole grabbing ledges and everything like that, that's part of the game animation sample. You ain't got to do anything special for that, except for to trigger it, you have to put the level block traversables places. And I just started adding it into various things like that. And I covered it with the I guess I can just look at the level block traversable. Level block traversable. I didn't change this at all, other than to change the material it was made out of. And the reasoning for it, like, you can actually make it invisible and then just, you know, make your stuff not have collision and you just put the level lock traversables there hidden to, you know, make it so you can grab things. But the reason I've left it visible is so you have a visual indicator of what you can grab. And I just put on the surfaces you could grab. And that's a lot of how it goes. It's not particularly hard. It's actually really hard in 5.4 before anyone could explain how to do the retargeting, the DAS, but once that was figured out, it's pretty much a joke now. So at some point I'll probably update it to use gameplay tags instead of overlay things, but works now. I do need to make a whole bunch more blend spaces because with 22 different tarot cards, the ones that are like weapon based will have to be wielded weirdly, and each one will be pretty unique. The wands I don't have to worry about. The wands all pretty much share the same animation, so at least there's that. And wands are ones you don't ever hit with. So hopefully that helps. If you have any questions about it, I can offer some advice, I suppose. I can know how to set it up. Though there's plenty of videos on how to do it too. Guess I can make one too. Getting my earbuds swapped out. I guess I never charged the backup ones either. Oh. They don't usually go bad this fast. Usually, lose their charge this fast. Usually it's about 8 hours in, maybe 6, maybe 7, something like that. But this one's pretty early today. Kind of surprised. Not sure thing. Hopefully it helps. Hopefully it helps. Yeah, I was actually copying all this stuff off this, like the ledge stuff and the information like that, so I could put it on tables and things like that. What I found is then I needed a way to indicate that I could do that, that you could grab it. So I just started putting it back. Now it's like all over the place, but it's weird in a world concept, but it's not weird in a gameplay concept because you want to be able to, you know, see what you can grab. So I got to add them to here too if I'm going to keep these, because otherwise I need an explanation why you can't grab that. It doesn't like things that are weird. They're not square basically. Like, they like squares and rectangle things. Like this was rounded, and I basically just ran this all the way around there and did a bunch of them. And it came out looking okay, actually. I think that's more the material's fault. It's still not great, but you wouldn't be able to grab it otherwise, and it just seemed kind of like the choice of champions. Also, that's up in the air. So is this thing here. I guess I didn't position this stuff very well. You can't even jump up here, so that probably needs to be a little ramp up for him or something. Because without a ramp, it's kind of awkward. Or maybe just make him jump higher. I don't know. Take your pick. Now, sometimes shift in doesn't really work. That's one of those times where shift in did not work. It was not happy with me. I think I'm leaning more and more towards creepy and less towards like a real like normal toy place. Not like everybody dies creepy, but more just a very macabre type of place. Like, you know, like more like an oddities versus a toy store type of thing. I mean, you're still in the section that's forbidden to the public anyway, because, you know, that would be where he would drop off new toys for Charlotte, but I just think a creepy area is more fun. These keys are so big looking, but at the same time, at least you can jump on them. Poppet's a surprisingly big girl for being a tiny doll. It does not fit very well in these things. No. That's a little better. No more sticking up in the air. I don't hate this room so far. It probably needs more enemies in it. Like the Patricia should be somewhere up here doing something interesting. Have more dolls and things on stuff. I don't know. I'm probably gonna make more enemies as I go. Just kind of keep making it cooler and cooler. More variety. When I realize how long it'll probably take someone to go through this particular area, I realize I probably don't need as many things. And also, I now realize I'm probably going to have but 5 floors here, and then the reverse world of 5 floors would be my guess. I don't know if the 6th floor will happen down here, because I don't know how necessary it'll be. Having a weird upside down world serves the exact same function. And that's, you know, the whole purpose is to have an end game area. Then I gotta give you the 22 tarot cards over 5 levels, which isn't that bad, because that'd give you 66 over what amounts to 10 levels, so. I have no bosses figured out for the other area though. But that's okay, I can figure something out. I'll have to design floors there too, where I design the things upside down so I have something to do, and then I have to transfer that stuff back over to here. This way I'll be able to effectively design gameplay thingies that don't look really weird here but actually act as gameplay over there. I don't want to spend that much time on this room. I think it's just because I thought they had to make cool platforms. But the thing about this room is that you wouldn't get here until after you fight Vu, because you get the key from Oliver there to get into here. Honestly, the key should probably just be sitting on there. Have a key sitting right here in the middle of it. I don't think I'm gonna put that there. Just probably put the key here, and I'll put an area there necessarily. And I don't need this thing here. I'll have to make a special AI for this one, for this particular room, for it to pan out the way I want it to. I'm a bit torn on this room because I considered leaving the door open intentionally and making it impossible to get by Charlotte normally in this room. I made it where it's not a thing you can do. So if you're stupid enough to go in there, then, you know, that sucks. That's also probably going to be a horrible feels bad. Because you're supposed to go rescue Oliver, and he's supposed to keep you protected while you're in here. The giant bunny. So he would need to be smart enough to come all the way over here, follow you, and then once he reaches this room, then stand at various places. You have to be able to like call him over or something like that. References to Oliver. Look how friendly he looks. Yay. See, I imagine, like, you know, her waiting off in the distance for you to get too far from Oliver. Would be how I would want to do it. And would he need like a pattern to like he'd have to go along like some sort of pathway or something? I mean, calling him over would also be an option. But he wouldn't jump or go anywhere after you, like, you know, he would stay on the ground. If you jumped somewhere else and fell, then you'd be too far from him. I guess I could use the same hidden mechanic that I already have set up. I haven't really checked for it, but the plan was to allow you to hide from Charlotte, but I kind of took that out because it's not really a stealth game. But if just being near, like, you know, a protection thingy is enough to keep her at bay, that could be the same as being hidden. I could just change it to protected for all I care for the name, and it would be perfectly fine. I think there's a hidden gameplay tag too. I'm just thinking about how I want this room to be set up before I start building a room. Like, I wanted her to basically be unable to be stopped in this room without help. But potentially I'd almost rather she fly around this room instead. But would that mechanic even work out well? Like, her crawling around is much easier to figure out because Oliver doesn't fly. So I could make it yet another maze to wander through, and you have to drag Oliver with. Right now the problem would be it would be easy to get into where you want. And then you wouldn't really have to do much. You get to wherever the key is, get whatever you need from the room, and then get out. Which would be pretty easy, all things considered. If it was closer to like the playroom, it'd probably be a lot more interesting. And then the question is, how much of a protection range does he have? Like, this doesn't have to be on the other, so But I can't make it 128? And number block's not on. I was like, wait a minute. I have no idea if this mechanic will pan out well. Oops. You know, instead of having a crappy sphere, I could just give him a looping event that says if you're within a certain range you're protected, if not, just do that. Oops. I can probably just fold this into his AI, but for now, this is just a test idea here. Let's give him a light attenuation radius, like the normal one I use for all the lights. Oops. Nice, that was not the one I was looking to delete, but I had a 50-50 and I failed. It happens. You already have a target gameplay tags. Oh. I think the safe rooms also work on the hidden mechanic, so I think I already had that, but you weren't really hidden. It's just you were marked as safe, but I just use the same terminology for it. I forgot what the thing was, the message I'm supposed to send. I'm gonna go look it up. Obviously I used a bad name because I can't remember what it is, so it's not a good name. But these are the thing that already does effectively this. I guess I could just do exactly this, not even do the other part. True. Yeah, I could do exactly that. The other one works fine, I guess. Sure. I don't actually think it's better, but I'm being lazy and copying and pasting tags. Copying and pasting everything I can. Which I should have done to start with. I'm stupid. I don't know why I didn't do that. Well, the distance one works too, but... Oops. Oh, good. Well, first off, I should make it actually big enough that I can use it. Hidden. Not hidden. I guess in his dialogue itself, I could have him do things. Like, I do have a dialogue system. It would pause things when you issued a command, but that'd be kind of lame. It would play kind of lame, right? So basically, I have to give him a gameplay tag that says if he's been called. Because I'm already pulling all the gameplay tags, so I can just be like, okay, well, have an interaction option where if Poppet's far enough away, it just calls him instead. Like it tries to call him over. It's not a bad idea. Or like just summoned or... Well, summoned is just a different term, and I don't know if I have that term for it, but... Or maybe it's just come here. Sure. Oops. This will add them. Get that, and then... Oops. I can put it as a status as well. I have a lot of statuses already. We'll call it issue command. Come here. Look how the interaction system was set up. It's been a long time since I've looked at it. Not a bad track. I don't know if I'm using it or not, but let's add it to the collection of tracks that maybe if I could find a use for it. There's a lot of them. I'm probably not going to use 99.9% of them. They need an on focus, which they already included. But it's for dialogue. That's the interaction check here. Run that off there, so. I want the same interaction button to do everything for the most part. The only way to really do that would be to open up a dialogue, right? Nothing else would actually work because if you hit that button anywhere else, it would cause problems, and it's basically the universal interaction button. I guess I just run it through his dialogue for the moment. I'm trying to think of a better way to do it, but right now you can just click on him and it already would do it. It would already initiate a conversation, or it should. Double check that it still even does that. I haven't broken it. It is nope, the wrong animations. I guess I just do that until in the water here and everything like that. Or, well, the problem is the limit, there's like a very limited distance on this, right? How limited is the distance? Actually, that's pretty far. Then you can just on his behavior tree, just have it keep checking, and if he has one of those tags, he does something. Otherwise, he just goes and walks and sits where he does, or does whatever dumb thing he's gonna do. Not a bad idea. I don't believe I have images for them yet. So I'm gonna make it where they're bigger versions on the side, or maybe even a camera. I don't know, but we'll see. Why didn't I copy one that said Oliver? I'm stupid. Yeah, update gameplay tags. Oh wait, no. Honor. Close conversation. Oh, let's duplicate a graph. It's easier. I'll be right back. Realized that I needed to move some stuff over to the dryer so that I would actually have clothing. It's been sitting in there for 8 hours, so rather than having it smell like mold and things, I decided I would move it while I remembered, because otherwise I'd keep streaming and then forget all about it and then be like, oh yeah, and tomorrow I'd get there, but what happened? It'd be terrible. But I know it's what I would do, because it wouldn't be the first time I did it. It probably won't be the last either. I'm just saying. Okay, so oops, that, not that. And if so, Yep. Right here. It'll probably be just a string of which one has priority on gameplay tags, and that's probably what I'm going to do for this. I mean, I could do a for each and see which one he has, and then which on string, I guess. Doesn't matter what it says. Can make him like a spoiled child who wanders away too. Basically, he's got a brother, and I envision them of literally, you know, the two guys from Of Mice and Men, like it's like Lenny and George, I think, were their names. Been so long since I've read Of Mice and Men. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, George and Lenny. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And I envision him as the Lenny of the two, if that helps. Basically, Lenny's an idiot. Okay, it's very simple. Lenny's a lovable idiot. Is the best way to put it. Actually, I just did wait, wasn't there? Oh, wait here? Yeah, okay. There was a time when I read a whole bunch of the classics. Can't remember everything that was in them, but some of them were actually legitimately good. Other ones sucked pretty hard. Go ahead and say it. I remember my favorite one was. I remember finding A Tale of Two Cities probably the most boring. That's true. Some of the Shakespeare stuff, I remember As You Like It, I think was like the Shakespeare I ended up liking the most, but do I even have a favorite classic anymore? I mean, I read Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. I thought Huckleberry Finn was more fun than Tom Sawyer. Oh, anyway. Tangent there, I was like, you know, come to think of it, I need a list of all the classics to remind myself, because most of them I read over 20 years ago. And that's a long time. Actually, it's over 25 years ago. Ooh, it's a while. I guess, technically Alice in Wonderland would be my favorite, even though I'm not as much of a fan of the actual Alice in Wonderland as I am a lot of the iterations of it. But that's probably fair. If I had to pick one. Easily one I'm most inspired by, even if it's in a weird sort of way. I don't even know if these will work if I have to actually have options available like that to make it let you click them or not. I think I do, but I can always change that in a bit if I discover it doesn't work that great for what I need to do. Job 1 is set up a system that gets the job done, even if it isn't amazing. And then job 2 is make it better. And the last one is this. I followed some ultimate dialogue tutorial and I started changing things around. I need to really make it look not crappy though. That's the biggest problem I have with my dialogue right now. It looks terrible. That's okay. I'll improve it. Because Oliver's an idiot, so if you ever tell him to, you know, you don't want to talk at the moment, like whatever, he'll just start wandering around because he's an idiot. Completely forgetting your previous command. Because that's just what he'll do. I imagine Papa being way too nice to say anything about it. Way too nice. Double check she's even got that thing there. Kind of thing set up for her. The puppet master would check for hiding. Oh, I'll do that in a second. Lots got to happen here, so.
Stiff.
actual thing I put for that was 50 targets. That's perfect. I want to remove the gameplay tag wait here because if he's ever just waiting, then I don't want him to continue waiting. Actually, that's probably incorrect. I'm gonna do this wait here thingy. I guess it'll automatically wait there normally. The easiest would be on all the other ones, he would just simply do the wait here thingy. Maybe branching this one just to save myself some annoyance. Do this and then drag this down here. If true, do this. If false, do this. This way I'll remove the wait tag so they don't keep waiting. So he doesn't keep waiting. And this, I'm going to go ahead and remove the wait here because it's no longer necessary. Because obviously it's up here. Okay. I also want to check and make certain that she has access to Do you care about it? Yeah, Poppet's hidden. So hidden is a thing. It's already programmed in for it. Perfect, perfect. Everything I've ever wanted. Maybe we get a little tired. Whatever. Guess I didn't hit the button? Oh, I did. Oh, he's not set up to actually use his own thing yet. He needs gameplay tags so that he knows, so that it knows. Oh, yeah. Then we need the can act thing. Start the chain off. Also, I suspect this doesn't work. I feel like a default animation or something I could just get rid of. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Roll now. Actually, only FF14. That's fair. Imagine not game deving all the time. That's weird. Who does that? I don't do that. Can't prove a thing. There no nav mesh? There most certainly is a nav mesh. Why can you not move? Also, I realize I'm messing things up. Oh wait, this one's just random. He's not doing anything. Oh wait, this has to be on the other side. Or it won't work. I didn't even get to the flying AI I was working on today. I was going to, but got sidetracked. This nav mesh is broken somehow. Fair enough. They're often broken. Him not moving I would understand, but Charlotte not moving when she always moved before is... Oh. There's working now, and somebody else probably cleans up. I don't know, put a character and start giving the character mechanics. Or make a really cool level for them, you know? Usually, I like having places to run around, gives me, you know, a way to think things through and stuff. Pick a system for your game and start working on it. Why is no one moving? Why aren't you moving? Now you moved. Kinda. I'm away from him. Move. Reload the level. Sometimes it just gets weird and you just gotta reload everything. I've been at it for quite a long time tonight, so... Well, 8 hours so far. Not surprised that things are going a little weird with the UE at this point. It does that. You just kind of nod your head, smile, and move on. Actually, it's 8 hours and 30 minutes, huh? All of you are moving just fine. Oh, sure, I did improve the movement, so now they actually, within it with the target, they will go... I'm gonna have to change that a bit, because the move towards thing is probably the most useful now. Okay. The previous one was completely wrong, so I'm sure I'll have to play with the behaviors a bit, because the other ones are just doing something awkward and weird. I'm basically always facing the target. I'm getting a weird position. It was... I understand why oftentimes they get 0 and things like that. Just... I'm not sure, I haven't tested it since I did that. Why is Charlotte unable to move? I mean, I think Charlotte move to target and move random. And she teleports locations, and that was it. That's the thing she does. Moves to target somehow broken. Because they're macro. Well, those ones are moving, so why would that be the case? Oh. I see. That one's on me. Or she just caught it. Fair enough. Should add more waifus to your game, Lepus. That's the best strategy I can think of. Can't think of else to do, just add more waifus. Never enough. Well, he's not moving, but She is avoiding him like the plague, which is gold. Pretty much gold here. Draw a few stuff, that's fair. When in doubt, draw waifus. Got it. Step away. Quick starts even getting to him. And one happens, but the rest of it never happens. Can you not get an owning actor? Is that not a thing? not working. Mouse is terrible. What else we get on here? I hit play, but mouse just doesn't click very well. I'll think out a better one tomorrow. I'm already approaching the 9-hour mark anyway, so don't think I'll be streaming that incredibly much longer. I mean, for a while, sure, but... Wait, I don't need any special need to interact with him. Okay, so we find those and it finds Oliver, that's true. The Puppet Master doesn't seem to do what I want it to do. One bit. One of these names must be not correct on his thing. was at least reaching him, but not very well. Hit PM6. I just move random is broken? It changed a lot of crap. Except I didn't change move random, I mean, other than moving it down right there. It's try something different. See if that breaks it. Oh yeah, big grab plushie. Refuses to move. I don't know why. He should move. He doesn't. He just hit the flying because he was probably stuck in places. Most of them start with flying and eventually they get put on the ground, so. Launch an old version of the project and see if I changed the information somehow on this. I don't think I did. Actually, but everyone else seems to be moving and not great, but they're moving around. It's not. Oops. Yeah. I definitely tried asking him. Probably it's true. Maybe the telephone breaks, yeah? Oh, nope. Random zero. Random zero. Problem is, it's not necessarily, it's Charlotte doing it. So let's... It never makes it to any point past PM6. Like, it never ever issues a command. But it's clearly getting to his grid because the only way to get there is if he actually had... Well, I mean, those are on there first off, but he also has to have the gameplay tags. He has can act, which is... Now when you acquire to actually trigger the thing. Something dumb is going on here because it's not reaching this either. The command puppet has never happened. Which I don't even know why it's putting stuff there when I'm command puppet doesn't even happen. How is the puppet master failing to send information? Let's look at the other graphs and see how they did it, like how I did it for them. It's identical. It just fails on each of these. We should say exact match. Oops, that's a problem. Might be confusing. Yep, Puppet Master, exactly. Seem very on brand. Oh, I know what I forgot. I'm dumb. I knew if something I did was dumb. That was a given that I had done something stupid. And here was no different. I was just looking at his graph, thinking the graph looked fine. Like, but wait a minute. The last part was never hooked up. Really? Well, it doesn't give him the thing. That's unfortunate. Character's animation thing is a disaster from a million years ago, so you know. I thought it was something you had to do to make them animated. Oh. Protection UI, you compile it and it disappears? That sucks. This thing's animation must be really jacked up. It's just so fast off of it. Like it doesn't wait. Technically not finishing its attack or its moves. I love how these things are just defective from the start and you have to remake them yourself. Absolutely terrible for NPCs. No, it's hard getting through these. The backup doesn't do quite what I want it to. He walks about 2,000 steps, so he gives up. I can make it larger than that, though. Might do that, actually. Any way to represent being hidden? This is why you get gameplay tags. I don't need to get another thing. Please, I can just get the gameplay tags and then use them. So one interface to do like everything. So great. Yep, hidden. Not hidden. Hidden. Okay, so you can now be commanded to go to you, which is useful, and to simply wait. Charlotte leaves if he's nearby, which is important. You probably have to lure him all the way over to Charlotte's room. I guess I gotta walk over there. I don't even know. That'll be like cutscene type stuff. Set up certain events. They basically designed her room so that that you need him in order to get around her. Boom. But that part won't be a today thing. At least I have an idea for the room now. I wondered if I do it in a cutscene or something like that for how I was planning on doing this particular room, but that's no fun. I'd much rather you just play out everything and not have to do cutscenes at all, if possible. Now with a system where you can direct people to move around, you could actually use NPCs to do things, which is interesting. I could have escort missions. I don't really plan on having escort missions necessarily too much. Kind of, well, I mean, Bolivers are roving protection, so. Well, especially from Charlotte anyway. Maybe I'll have something where he clears out the smoke by going to it. Boom. Am I doing that? Guess I could do that. What if in this room it spawns in more and more smoke? And Oliver's the only one who gets rid of it. I'd make this a much scarier room. That is interesting. That is interesting indeed. The arms here. That's painfully slow. I get the gameplay tag, so I can just give an Oliver tag. I can just give them both because you can't get the gameplay. You can't get all people with a certain tag like that with gameplay tags. So, but you can't get all actors with an actor tag. I just give them both. This way I have options. I'm somewhat near one. Optimize the movement to make him better at moving things. In the air. Mouse does not always click on the first try anymore. Oh, that's right. Only mine's F that does it. Oh. Anybody command to go forward, basically, is what I'm seeing. Very challenging to do this. I really need a way to just drag forward. Maybe stand on the other side of it or something. Like I might put some sort of like, you know, object like of power that's just making more and more little smoke things in this room or something that you can take out. But you have to clear away enough of these that you can even get there. Oh wow, really? Okay, it's only in front of her, sight the back of her. Oliver destroyed it. Oh, she vanished. Oliver stepped all over it. Good job, buddy. She went to a different room entirely because she doesn't know where to go. She's actually behind there now somehow. That's weirdly creepy. Huh. No. Hmm. Guess I could do a spawner that does that. He has to move forward too, and he's not really moving forward. I guess I should give him a move forward option. My very own little puppet. Sure. Didn't realize this was going to be some sort of FPS thing here where you're trying to take out all these little things here, but all right, to move forward is all I really need. I just wanted to be able to command him to go whichever direction he's going, and then actually no, there's a better one here. Why did you like remove frap or something like that? No. Does it dispel smoke? I guess it'd probably be closer. You won't always have Oliver around. Let's put it that way. Actually, you'll very rarely have Oliver around. Commanding him to move forward seems really like a big pain. I think I'd rather just command him to dispel the nearest one. After all, I mean, I don't really want to play a peanut butter and jelly sandwich game with them where you're just sitting there trying to dictate literally everything. I'm gonna make them a little smarter than that. Just do this action. Make it simple. Middle actors with tag. Really? It's the smoke, I suppose. Actually, yeah, I should go. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I'll call this. Unique to him anyway. Let's default the value of this to a high number. Alright, so then number is less than distance to spawn points. Wrench. If true, set that as the new one. This will just keep iterating through until it finds whichever one is the closest. Actually, wait, is there a closest actor? How do you get the long way here? It's like a nearest actor to player. What am I doing? I forgot they added this node. This is so much better than the other I was doing. Get actor location. I was gonna do it the manual way. Actually, I should be should change this out on the other thing too. Totally forgot about this node. I'm so stupid. It's target actor, right? Yeah, target actor. Alright, so he needs to set a target actor. Then we're moving to there. Up his move size because he's huge, and probably 3,000 actually, because once he reaches the target, an acceptable will be like 100, so he just steps on it. Is that in the extra one yet? Oops. That would be dumb. Working the area still here, trying a few things. I don't know why, but since it's new bonus, I kind of making it all pink. That's fair. Sometimes you just gotta make it all pink. You know? Yeah. Making a bunch of Charlotte stuff pink. Just likes pink. Poppet doesn't really like pink, so she doesn't really have a lot of pink. I guess I can do this differently here instead of in priorities. It's getting a little messy. I'm only ever going to grant one tag at a time anyway. This won't work if you grant more than one tag, but actually I think it would be the first one I found. Maybe the last test to do for the night. Okay, let me get rid of the move random. Your show commands does that. I think that's probably not necessary. Defaults does we wait. This one. You can have cooler behaviors later. This is still a conceptual thing here that I'm building, so. Give it to me instead, huh? Finds me. And I'll deal with that later. That looks like a lot more of a problem child than I was expecting. That did not even play the thing I was looking for. Also, it's still playing the random crap. Guess I got rid of this too soon. I'm gonna make this work before I want it off, but see. Already almost 10 o'clock. Sorry, almost 10 hours today. Long time. Did move to Target. Why did it do move to Target? I think it's running this one over and over. That's true, they do move. They just don't move well. That's kind of annoying. You know? Why is it letting him continuously do this without actually finishing his task, is what I'm wondering about. There's never a problem before. That's so weird. Made it worse. I don't know how he's gaining the ability to act again. I don't know. I'm at 10 hours. That seems like a problem for another day. So basically, I think I mean, I'll be back in like 2 days or so, 10 hours from now, and then I'll probably continue figuring out how I'm going to play this out, figure out what's wrong with this movement. As well, yeah. I have multiple fives, whatever, it's fine. Just delete numbers and just whatever works. I got that to work on. Probably a lot of time ago into this room, honestly. Not sure what I'm doing this room yet. And more platforms and things like that, weird things. I might make a weird little centipede version of this just because it seems like it'd be cool. More weird stuff. I don't know what I'm doing in this room. I don't think I'm doing too much to it anymore. I think it's close to what I want, other than maybe a music puzzle. I still got to fix her animation for dying, which is not very good. Tweak this room a bit. Kind of running out of things I need to really do. I may liven this maze up a little. This room's blasé as far as the rooms go, but it's not the worst thing. Need a little more on the front of this, I think, just because it looks a little boring. But overall, other than wanting to add secret stuff along the top to the flipped world, I don't really care much about anything else that's going on in these areas. I think I'm very close to just done with all the areas. It's just these last few that I'm really tweaking. Oh yeah, there's the washroom. I don't even know what I'm doing with you yet. Something. Something indeed. Yeah, I'm pretty close to those. And then knowledge that I can have the upside down world is a thing he does help out, because that means I can just ditch the basement idea, which means it's only 5 floors here to worry about. Because I'll be able to flip it upside down and have well, basically a bunch of stuff designed by simply having stuff on the ceiling. So it'll make designing each room a little longer, I think. Kinda. I don't know. Doesn't seem that much longer. Let me recycle a bit of content while adding in new bosses and enemies and things. Pretty much a lot like they did with Symphony of the Night. It plays out so different since everything isn't designed for you to travel around upside down like that. That should be pretty cool. But yeah. After that, I need to put story in and things like that. But go through and write a bunch of dialogue thingies to match a lot of the new stuff I've added. Not gonna lie, I keep adding a lot of crap, so a lot of the stories just like doesn't make sense with some of the things I've added. I have to change up some things. I gotta do VFX and sound effects, so that's probably something I'm doing. A lot of polish. That's all we do now, polish. But, I mean, it's not even May yet, and ain't this done by like what, July 22nd for having the area polished like crazy? I don't think it'll take that long. I really don't. I'll be able to start polishing the next area pretty well. Well, finishing the next area. But then I'll probably have a better idea for what I'm gonna do with it. I may have some idea, but anyway. I will say goodbye to the YouTube people since I can't raid with you, and if you like what you saw, hey, you know, follow, sub, or whatever. Join the Discord. If not, don't do any of those things. Pretty much. And you know, thanks for hanging out. Yeah. See you.